Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. One night at the King's Arms, England, October the 1774. The rain had not stopped for 3 days. Mrs. Eliza Harbury pressed her gloved hand against the coach window and watched the London Bath Road dissolve into a river of churned clay. Water seeped through the leather roof in persistent drops that landed on her cloak with soft, maddening regularity. Across from her, a merchant's wife dozed with her mouth open. The air smelled of wet wool and human proximity. When the King's Arms finally appeared through the downpour, a squat, smoke-blackened building leaning into the wind, Eliza felt something between relief and resignation. This was not the coaching in of pastoral fiction. No roses climbed the walls. No kindly innkeeper waited with warm bread and soft beds. The yard was a lake of mud. Ostlers shouted over the storm. A dog barked ceaselessly from somewhere she couldn't see. She gathered her skirts and stepped down into October's wet mouth. Inside, the taproom was a study in controlled chaos. Every bench was occupied. Parliamentary men argued over ale. A fiddler sawed out reels no one danced to. The fire smoked more than it warmed, and the smell of burned mutton hung thick in the rafters. No private rooms, the landlady announced without apology. Storms brought half of London. You'll take what's offered or sleep in your coach. Eliza scanned the room. Every surface held bodies, some drunk, some merely exhausted. The widow's black she still wore marked her as respectable, but respectability purchased nothing here. "The bench by the fire," the landlady said, gesturing with a clay pipe. "There's a gentleman already, but he's quiet enough." The gentleman in question sat with his back to the wall, a book open on his knee. He was perhaps 30, dark-haired, with the sort of face that suggested both intelligence and trouble. His boots were muddy but well made. His coat had seen better days but had been good quality once. He glanced up as she approached. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, not recognition but acknowledgement. Two people who did not belong in this room, forced by weather into unwanted intimacy. "Madam," he closed his book and shifted to make space. "The storm seems determined to throw us all together." "Like herrings in a barrel," Eliza said, surprising herself. She did not usually speak to strange men, but exhaustion had stripped away some protective layer. His mouth quirked. Less silver, perhaps, but yes. She sat. Their sleeves brushed. Neither moved away. The contact was nothing. Wool against wool. But Eliza felt it travel through her like heat through metal. Sudden, undeniable, radiating outward until her fingertips tingled. She looked down at her lap, steadying herself. When she looked up again, he was watching her with an expression she couldn't name. They did not exchange names at first. This was both propriety and something else. A tacit agreement that anonymity might permit a kind. Of honesty impossible otherwise. They spoke of the roads, of Parliament's latest foolishness, of Bath, where she was bound, and Yorkshire, where he claimed business waited. "You go to take the waters?" he asked. "I go because I was told to," she said. "My late husband's sister believes I need improvement." "And do you?" She met his gaze. "I need something. Whether it's what Bath provides, I doubt." He smiled. Not the practiced smile of a flirt, but something genuine and slightly melancholic. "I'm told the assemblies are very fine. I'm told many things are very fine that prove, upon examination, to be merely acceptable." The words carried more weight than she'd intended. She thought of her marriage bed, that narrow space where duty had been performed with efficiency and no particular cruelty, but also no warmth. Her husband's hands had been careful, clinical. He'd treated her body like estate paperwork, a thing to be managed properly. She'd assumed this was what intimacy meant, that the poets lied, or wrote only of courtship, never of what came after. You sound, he said carefully, like someone who has learned not to trust appearances. I sound like a widow, she corrected. We're permitted a degree of frankness that unmarried girls are not. A dangerous freedom, the only kind worth having. The words hung between them. Around them the taproom roared, laughter, arguments, the crash of pewter mugs. But their bench felt suddenly separate, a pool of quiet in the storm. He looked at her differently then, not the way men usually looked at widows, assessing their fortune, their availability, their potential usefulness. He looked at her as though she'd said something that mattered. I envy you that, he said quietly. What? Knowing what you want, even if you don't yet have it. And you don't? His hand moved to his ale, lifted it, set it down untouched. I know what I want. I mistrust my wanting. The admission was so naked it should have embarrassed them both. Instead, Eliza felt something unlock in her chest. Why? She asked. He studied her for a long moment. May I tell you something true? Please. I have hurt people by wanting them carelessly, by mistaking appetite for affection, by taking what was offered without considering what it cost. He paused. I thought myself reformed, but sitting here with you, I feel... He stopped. What? She whispered. Dangerous again. The word landed between them like a lit match. Eliza's pulse beat in her throat. She should rise, should excuse herself, should find the mercer's daughter and the shared bed and the safety of sleep. Instead, she said, My husband never hurt me. That's good. No, I mean he never hurt me because he never saw me. Not truly. I was a function, a household manager who happened to share his bed twice weekly. She was trembling now, shocked by her own confession. I don't think he once wondered if I felt pleasure. It wouldn't have occurred to him to wonder. Jonathan's hand moved, reached halfway across the space between them, then stopped. Eliza, he said softly. She startled. I didn't tell you my name. The landlady used it, when she pointed you to this bench. His eyes held hers. I've been trying not to say it, because saying it makes you real. I am real. I know. That's what terrifies me. They stared at each other. The moment stretched, became unbearable. Then the landlady's voice cut through. Drink up, loves. Midnight's come and gone. The inn settled into uneasy sleep. Voices faded. The fire burned down to coals. Eliza and Jonathan remained. They'd long since stopped pretending to have anything left to discuss. They simply sat, shoulders nearly touching, watching the embers pulse. I should go up, Eliza said. Yes. Neither moved. If I asked you to walk with me, Jonathan said quietly, just to the door, just to say goodnight properly, would you think me dishonourable? I would think you honest. They stood. He offered. His arm. She took it. They walked across the empty taproom to the door that led to the yard. Rain still fell beyond the warped glass, softer now but persistent. At the threshold they stopped. He turned to face her. In the near darkness his features were soft, uncertain. I want to touch your face, he said. Just once. Just to know what you feel like. And then I'll let you go to your bed and I'll go to mine and we'll part tomorrow as strangers ought to part. Eliza's breath caught. Every rule she'd ever learned said to refuse, to step back, to protect her reputation even here, where no one knew her. But something in his voice, the rawness of it, the terrible honesty, made her want to give him this, give herself this. Yes, she whispered. His hand rose slowly. His fingertips touched her jaw, feather-light, as though she might shatter. The contact shot through her like lightning. She gasped, actually gasped, and his hand stilled. Did I hurt you? No, God, no, it's just... She couldn't explain, couldn't say that no one had ever touched her with such attention. that her husband's hands had been dutiful, never tender, that this one gentle touch contained more wanting than 7 years of marriage. Jonathan's thumb moved along her cheekbone. His eyes were black in the dim light, fixed on hers with an intensity that should have frightened her. It didn't. She felt cherished, seen, wanted not for what she could provide, but for what she was. "Eliza," he breathed. And then, she didn't know who moved first. They were kissing. His mouth was soft, then urgent. His hands slid into her hair, scattering pins. Her hands clutched his coat, pulling him closer. It was nothing like the chaste kisses her husband had given her before bed. This was heat and hunger, and something like desperation. His tongue touched hers, and she made a sound she'd never made before, shocked and needful. He pulled back, breathing hard. "Christ, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have..." "Don't apologise." Her voice was shaking. "Don't you dare apologise for making me feel..." "What?" His forehead pressed against hers. "What did you feel?" "Alive." The word broke something in both of them. "Come upstairs," he said hoarsely. "Not to my room, not to yours, but come upstairs with me, just to talk, just to have 5 more minutes before we have to be sensible." She should refuse, should remember who she was, what was at stake. But she'd been sensible for 27 years, and it had earned her nothing but loneliness. "Yes," she said. There was a small landing between floors where a window overlooked the yard. They stood there, neither touching nor separate, watching rain silver the glass. "Tell me about your husband," Jonathan said. "Why?" "Because I want to understand what I'm feeling, whether it's only desire or something else." Eliza leaned against the wall. The plaster was cold through her dress. "He was 43 when we married. I was 19. He needed a wife to manage his household and eventually bear his heir. I needed..." She paused. "I don't know what I needed. Escape from my father's house, perhaps. Purpose." "Did you love him?" "I wanted to. I tried to. But love requires..." She searched for the word. "Mutual recognition. He saw me as a role, not a person, and I saw him the same way, eventually. We were kind to each other. We were lonely together. That sounds worse than cruelty. It was very civilized, very proper." She met his eyes. "Very deadening." Jonathan turned to face her fully. "I have been the opposite. I have wanted too much, too recklessly. I nearly destroyed a woman in Vienna because I couldn't tell the difference between my desire and her happiness. When her husband discovered my letters, I ran, left her to face the consequences alone. Why are you telling me this? Because I don't want to ruin you, and I'm terrified that I will." "Perhaps," Eliza said slowly, "I want to be ruined." His eyes widened. She stepped closer. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. "Not in the way you mean. Not my reputation, not my future, but this..." She touched her chest. "This careful, controlled, acceptable life I've built. I want it ruined. I want to feel something that matters, even if it destroys me. Eliza, I have been good my entire life, obedient, proper, and it has earned me nothing but the right to be lonely in comfort. So if you're offering me one night of feeling truly alive, even if it's foolish, even if it's dangerous, then yes, I want it." The silence that followed was immense. Then Jonathan said very quietly, "There's a room, on the 3rd floor. The landlady mentioned it earlier. Too small to let properly, just used for storage. It has a bed." Eliza's heart hammered against her ribs. "Are you asking me?" "I'm telling you it exists. What you do with that information is yours alone." He searched her face. "I won't persuade you, I won't even ask, but if you wanted, if you chose, I would meet you there, and I would spend what remains of this night showing you what it means to be desired, not as duty, not as transaction, but as yourself." She should refuse, should flee, should cling to the last threads of propriety. But she had been proper her entire life, and propriety had given her nothing. "Third floor," she said. "Yes." "I'll need 5 minutes." "Take as long as you need. I'll wait." She turned to go, then stopped, looked back. "Jonathan?" "Yes." "Don't let me regret this." His eyes were very dark, very serious. "I won't. I swear it." The room was exactly as he'd described, barely larger than a closet, with a narrow bed and a single candle burning on an upturned crate. Rain drummed the roof just overhead. Jonathan stood by the window, his back to the door. When she entered, he didn't turn immediately. "You came," he said. "Did you think I wouldn't?" "I hoped you wouldn't. For your sake. I'm not interested in what's good for me." She closed the door. The sound was very final. "I'm interested in what's true." He turned then, looked at her with something like reverence and something like anguish. "I don't know how to do this without taking too much." "Then let me take instead." She crossed to him. Her hands rose to his face, cradling it the way he'd cradled hers. He closed his eyes. "Look at me," she whispered. He did. "I choose this. Do you understand? Not because you've seduced me, not because I'm foolish or desperate, but because for the first time in my life I want something purely for myself, and what I want is you. Tonight. Here. Now." His breath shuddered out. "Eliza, show me," she said. "Show me what it means to be wanted." For a long moment he simply looked at her. Then his hands rose to her hair, finding the remaining pins and drawing them out one by one. The mass of it fell around her shoulders, heavier than she'd remembered. He buried his face in it, breathed her in. "You smell like rain," he murmured against her temple. "And something else. Lavender?" "Yes. I'll remember this. Years from now I'll smell lavender and rain, and I'll think of this moment." His hands moved to the hooks at the back of her dress. She felt each one give way, felt the fabric loosen, felt cool air touch her skin. "May I?" he asked, his fingers at her shoulders. "Yes." He eased the dress down slowly as though unwrapping something precious. It pulled at her feet in a whisper of fabric. Her petticoats followed. Then his fingers found the laces of her stays, working them free with surprising deftness for a man whose hands trembled. She stood before him in only her shift, feeling more naked than she'd ever felt in her marriage bed. He didn't touch her, just looked. "You're so beautiful," he said hoarsely. Don't what?" "Don't make it about beauty. That's still just another kind of evaluation." She stepped closer, her hands going to his waistcoat. "I don't want to be beautiful to you. I want to be real." His eyes darkened. "Then be real. Show me what you want." Her hands trembled as she worked his buttons free, his coat, his waistcoat, his shirt pulling it over his head. She'd never undressed a man before. Her husband had always come to her already prepared, nightshirt in place. Jonathan's chest was broader than she'd expected, scarred in places real. She touched one scar, a thin white line below his ribs. "Vienna," he said. The husband's sword wasn't quite as poor as his aim. She traced it, felt him shiver. "Does it hurt?" "No. God, no. Your hands." He caught her wrist gently. "If you keep touching me like that, I won't be able to go slowly." "Then don't." "Eliza, I don't want slow. I don't want careful. I've had 7 years of careful." She pulled her shift over her head, baring herself completely. "I want to feel everything." For a moment he simply stared at her, and she felt a flicker of uncertainty. Her body was not fashionable. Too thin in some places, too soft in others. Her husband had never commented on it one way or another. But Jonathan looked at her as though she were art. "Christ," he breathed. Then his mouth was on hers, fierce and hungry, and his hands were everywhere. Her waist, her back, her hips, and she was making sounds she'd never made, wanting in ways she hadn't known existed. He lifted her. She wrapped her legs around him and felt him hard against her, and gasped at the sensation, at the terrible, wonderful pressure of wanting and being wanted. He laid her on the narrow bed, following her down. His weight was shocking, perfect. She arched against him and he groaned. "Tell me," he said roughly. "Tell me what you want." "I don't know," she admitted. I don't know what it's supposed to feel like." His eyes met hers and she saw understanding there. Tenderness. "Then we'll learn together." He kissed her throat, her collarbone, the hollow between her breasts. Each touch was deliberate, attentive. He was reading her body like text, learning what made her gasp, what made her arch, what made her breath catch. She'd never been attended to like this, never been the subject of such focus. Her husband had treated their coupling as a task to complete. Jonathan treated her as though she were something precious to discover. When he touched her in ways she'd never been touched, she forgot to be embarrassed, forgot the lessons about modesty and shame. There was only sensation, building and building until, afterward, they lay chest to chest on the narrow bed, her heart hammering against his ribs. Sweat cooled on her back. His hand traced idle patterns on her spine, while both struggled to catch their breath. Jonathan was watching her with something like awe. Her eyes filled with tears. 7 years. 7 years of dutiful coupling, and not once had anyone cared about her pleasure. "Hey!" He wiped her tears with his thumb. "Are you all right?" "I'm angry," she said. "At me?" "At everything. At every person who taught me that this was wrong or shameful or not for women like me." She pulled him close. "Again. I want to feel it again." He smiled against her hair. "Greedy? Yes. Teach me to be greedy." So he did. With patience and attention, he showed her what her body was capable of. And when she finally pulled him to her, when they moved together in the candlelight, it was nothing like the mechanical efficiency of her marriage. This was presence, partnership, 2 people choosing each other with every breath. The candle had burned to a stub when she finally spoke again. "I didn't know," she whispered into the darkness. "What?" "That it could be like that. That I could feel that." He kissed her forehead. "Neither did I. Don't lie to comfort me." "I'm not lying." He propped himself up on one elbow, looking down at her. "I've been with other women, but I've never been present like that. I've never cared more about her pleasure than my own. I've never wanted someone to feel beautiful and safe and powerful all at once." He touched her face. "You changed something in me tonight. Made me the man I always wanted to be." She pulled him down to her. "Then we've saved each other." They made love twice more before dawn, slower the second time, almost lazy with discovery. The third time was tinged with desperation, both knowing sunrise would end this. As grey light began to seep through the window, they dressed in silence. Every garment felt like armour being replaced. Every hook and lacing was a return to the world they'd briefly escaped. When she was fully clothed again, Eliza turned to face him. "What happens now?" she asked. Jonathan took her hands. "Now we make a choice. I could ask where you'll be in Bath, could promise to write, could suggest we find a way to continue this. But you won't. No. Why? Because what we had tonight was perfect, and I'm not fool enough to think we could sustain it in daylight." He kissed her knuckles. "You'll go to Bath. You'll heal. You'll learn to ask for what you want. You'll find someone worthy of the woman you're becoming. And you? I'll go to Yorkshire. I'll remember this. I'll try to deserve the grace you showed me." He paused. "And when I'm tempted to be careless with someone else's heart, I'll remember you, how you trusted me, and I'll choose better." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I don't want to lose you. You won't. I'll be in every choice you make toward your own happiness. In every moment you refuse to settle. He pressed his forehead to hers, and if someday, years from now, we meet again at an assembly, in a library, on some ordinary afternoon, we'll smile like old friends, and only we'll know what we were to each other. Promise me something, anything. Promise you'll be happy, truly happy, not just respectable. I promise, you too. They kissed one last time, slow and deep and final. Then Eliza walked down the stairs and out into the grey morning. The yard was a chaos of departures. Coaches loaded, horses stamped, travellers shouted for luggage. Eliza stood beneath the inn's dripping eaves, searching the crowd. There! Jonathan emerged from the stables, his coat collar turned up against the drizzle. He was headed toward the northbound coach. He saw her. Across the churned mud their eyes met. She felt the phantom weight of his body over hers, felt the echo of her own pleasure, that astonishing thing she'd discovered in his arms. She smiled. He smiled back. Then he touched his hat and turned away. The bath coach driver shouted for passengers. Eliza climbed aboard. As the coach lurched into motion, she pressed her hand against the window and watched the King's Arms disappear into the mist. She should feel shame, should regret her recklessness. Instead, she felt awake, alive, real. 3 years later, in Bath, Eliza stood before her drawing-room fire, warming her hands. Through the window, October rain fell on the Avon. She was 30 now, still unmarried, still, whispered about occasionally, though less than before. After that night she'd changed, had stopped accepting invitations that bored her, had started speaking plainly in assemblies. When a suitable gentleman proposed, she'd asked him one question: "Do you want me, or do you want a wife?" He'd been confused by the distinction. She'd declined. Eventually she'd written a small book on Italian painters. To her astonishment, it sold. She wrote another. Found she had a voice worth hearing. She had friends now, real ones, who liked her mind and her frankness. She had work that mattered to her. She had a life that felt authentically her own. Men still approached. Some she dismissed. Others she allowed to court her carefully. But she'd learned the difference between wanting and settling, between being desired and being useful. She'd taken one lover, a visiting scholar who wanted nothing permanent. They'd spent a month together, careful and private. He'd touched her with attention, and she'd taught him what she liked. When he left, she'd been sad but not devastated. She was learning that pleasure could be chosen, repeated, integrated into life rather than hoarded as a single precious memory. But on October nights, when rain drummed the windows, she still thought of Jonathan, wondered where he was, if he'd kept his promise, if he was happy. She closed her eyes and sent the thought into the dark. Thank you for seeing me, for changing me, for letting me go. In Yorkshire, Jonathan stood in his study watching rain silver the glass. He was 35 now, settled. The estate thrived under his careful management. His brother had died 2 years prior, leaving him the title he'd never expected. After that night, he'd returned to Yorkshire and lived quietly, declined invitations to pursue married neighbours, avoided situations that might lead to the careless entanglements of his youth. It had been lonely at first. The old patterns had offered excitement, if not happiness. But he'd remembered Eliza, how she'd trusted him, how he'd felt for the first time like a man worth becoming. He'd married eventually, a widow his own age who approached him with disarming honesty. "I don't need rescue," she'd said. "I need partnership, and I think you might too." They were happy, not in the consuming way of his youth, but in a deeper, steadier way. They respected each other, pleased each other, built a life that felt substantial. He'd told her once that he'd been reckless in his youth. And now, she'd asked, Now I've learned the difference between wanting and choosing. She'd smiled. Good. I chose you deliberately. I expect the same. But on October nights, when rain fell, Jonathan still closed his eyes and remembered. The king's arms, firelight on bare skin, a woman who'd trusted him with her awakening, the man he'd become because she had. He didn't regret letting her go. Pursuing her would have destroyed what they'd made, would have turned magic into something ordinary or worse sordid. Better to keep it perfect, untouched. A single night when two people had chosen desire over fear and in choosing had been transformed. I hope you're happy, he thought, sending it out into the storm. I hope you chose well. I hope you know what you're worth. They never saw each other again. But the night remained, and because of it, they both lived braver lives. Eliza never settled for being useful. She built a life on her own terms, claimed her own pleasures, spoke her own truths. Jonathan never conquered. He loved carefully, chose consciously, remembered that attention was its own kind of devotion. And sometimes, in quiet moments, they both smiled, remembering the smell of wet wool and smoke, the brush of sleeves, the dangerous honesty of strangers, the night they discovered what they were capable of feeling. One night at the King's Arms, where two people learned to choose themselves, and in choosing set each other free. Between layovers. The snow had been falling for 3 hours when Dr. Clara Vasquez first noticed the outlet situation. Gate C47 sat at the terminal's furthest edge, an architectural afterthought with only 4 electrical outlets for nearly 200 stranded passengers. Most had migrated toward the food courts or claimed territory in the business lounges. Clara had stayed, partly from inertia, partly because she'd already translated 40 pages of medieval Catalan poetry that afternoon, and moving felt like admitting defeat to the weather. She was reaching for her dying laptop charger when someone said, "The left one's broken." Clara looked up. The man was perhaps 35, dressed in layers that suggested either homelessness or deliberate aesthetic, a distinction Clara had learned not to make hastily during her years teaching in Berlin. Dark hair escaped a wool cap. A camera bag sat at his feet. Professional, but worn. "Thank you," Clara said, switching. "Outlets. Though I'm not sure it matters. My flight's been cancelled twice now." "Where to?" "Boston. You?" "Nowhere specific." He smiled slightly. "I had a connecting flight to Sao Paulo, but I'm beginning to suspect the universe is intervening." Clara felt the small shock of recognition that came when someone's diction matched her own private vocabulary. Most people didn't attribute agency to the universe in casual conversation. "I'm Marcus," he offered. "Clara." They shook hands, a curiously formal gesture in an airport where normal rules had already dissolved. Marcus's palm was warm, calloused in a way that suggested manual work, not academia. "You're a photographer," Clara said, nodding toward the bag. "Street photography mostly. And you're a professor of something precise. Literature? No, linguistics." Clara laughed despite herself. "How did you... Your fingers," Marcus gestured. "You've been tapping your thumb and index finger together every few seconds. My ex-wife was a simultaneous interpreter. She did the same thing when she was translating in her head." The casual mention of ex-wife landed between them, a stone dropped in water. Clara registered it, filed it, felt something shift in the tenor of their exchange. "I was working on a 13th century poem," Clara admitted, "trying to preserve the rhythm in English without destroying the meaning. It's impossible, of course." "Why translate it at all, then?" "Because we have to try." Clara heard the earnestness in her own voice and winced internally. "Sorry, that's my academic soapbox." "No, I'm genuinely asking." Marcus settled into the adjacent seat, his attention complete in a way Clara rarely encountered outside seminars. If the translation is necessarily incomplete, what's being preserved? The attempt at connection, Clara said slowly, surprised to find herself articulating something she'd never quite put into words. Language doesn't create reality, but it's the only tool we have to share, our experience of it. A translation says, I existed in one linguistic world, and I'm trying to build a bridge to yours. The bridge is rickety. That doesn't make it worthless. But doesn't something die in the crossing? Something transforms. That's not the same as dying. Marcus's eyes, dark brown Clara noticed with amber striations, held hers for a beat longer than necessary. I think we fundamentally disagree about whether transformation and death are different things. Then we'll have to argue about it, Clara said, and felt the conversation lock into place like a key turning. The departure board flickered. All flights now showed simply delayed. They migrated. First to a cafe where the barista had long since stopped caring about closing time, then to an observation deck where snow accumulated on the tarmac in sculpted drifts. Marcus photographed the patterns of footprints around abandoned luggage. Clara found herself explaining the etymology of liminal while watching. Marcus's hands move, quick, decisive, intimately familiar with his equipment. You said something dies in transformation, Clara said, returning to their earlier thread. What are you afraid of losing? Marcus lowered his camera. Specificity. The precise angle of light at 6:47 a.m. in Prague. The exact timbre of my mother's laugh before her stroke. Things that only exist once, in one configuration, and then they're gone. I photograph them because I don't trust language to hold them. But photographs are translations too, Clara argued. Three-dimensional reality reduced to 2 dimensions. Time collapsed into a single instant. At least they're honest about what they're losing. Are they? Clara felt her pulse quicken the way it did during a good debate. Every frame you choose excludes infinite other frames. Every decision about aperture and exposure is an interpretation. You're just using light instead of words. Light doesn't lie the way words do. Light lies constantly. Every shadow is a deception about what's behind it. Marcus laughed, sudden and genuine. God, you're stubborn. I'm consistent. There's a difference. They were leaning toward each other, Clara realised. The observation deck was empty except for them, the snow creating a white noise that made the silence between their words feel private, conspiratorial. Tell me about the marriage, Marcus said quietly. Clara should have been startled by the intuition, but wasn't. How did you... You have a slight tan line on your ring finger, and you said we earlier when talking about preservation, then corrected to I. Clara touched the bare space on her left hand. His name was David. Is David. We're not dead to each other, just separate. It ended 2 years ago. What killed it? Entropy. We were both so careful to never hurt each other that we stopped being real with each other. One day I realised I was translating myself in my own home, choosing words that would land softly instead of honestly. When language fails in a marriage, there's nothing left. I've been married, Marcus admitted. It lasted 2 years, ended amicably enough, but it taught me I'm not built for staying in one place. I don't trust permanence, or maybe I don't trust myself with it. Because things die when they stay still? Because I do. Marcus's voice was steady but not light. I need movement the way other people need stability. When I stay in one place too long, I start disappearing. Not metaphorically. I literally start to forget who I am. My marriage lasted 2 years, but I was gone long before it officially ended. Since then, the longest I've managed is 11 months, and by the end I was so erased I couldn't remember what I liked to eat. Clara understood then that they were both running, just in opposite directions. She from the collapse of chosen stillness, Marcus from the terror of it. "Where would you go?" Clara asked. "If you could go anywhere right now." "Honestly? Nowhere. I'd stay here." The admission hung between them. Beyond the windows, a snowplow traced patient paths across the tarmac, its lights golden in the white darkness. "I've been thinking," Marcus continued, "about a photograph I saw once in Lisbon. It was in a gallery, not a museum, this tiny place in Alfama. The print showed an empty chair in morning light. Nothing else. But something about the angle of the light and the way the chair was positioned, you could almost see the person who'd just gotten up. You could almost hear them making coffee in the next room. The absence was so specific it became a presence." "That's what good translation does," Clara said softly. "It makes you feel the weight of what's missing." Marcus turned to face her fully. They were close enough now that Clara could see the faint scar through his left eyebrow, the way his pulse beat visibly in the hollow of his throat. "I want to photograph you," Marcus said. "Why?" "Because I'm trying to remember this, and I don't trust myself to get it right in words." Clara felt the request settle in her chest like heat. "Okay," Marcus lifted his camera. The shutter clicked, once, twice. Then he lowered it without checking the screen. "I already know they won't capture it," he said. "What won't they capture?" "The way you looked at me just now, like I'd asked you something more significant than a photograph." "You did," Clara said, and watched Marcus's breath catch. The space between them had contracted to inches. Clara could smell his scent, something like cedar and dark coffee. Her own heart was loud enough she wondered if he could hear it. "Clara?" Her name in Marcus's mouth sounded different. Considered. Kept. "Yes. I think we should acknowledge what's happening here." "And what is happening?" "I don't know the word for it in any language." Marcus's smile was crooked, uncertain. "But I know I stopped wanting to leave the moment you started arguing with me." Clara felt something in her chest, crack open, not painfully, but like a window she hadn't known was sealed. "I don't do temporary," she said. "I can't. I've spent 2 years learning how to not evaporate, and this, whatever this is, it feels like weather. Beautiful and impossible to hold." "What if weather is enough?" Marcus asked. "What if we stopped needing it to be more than what it is?" "I don't know how to do that." "Neither do I. But I'm tired of leaving before I find out what staying might feel like." The departure board in the distance flickered again. More delays, more gates reassigned. Time stretched and doubled back on itself. In the morning, flights would resume. Decisions would be required. But now, in this moment, suspended. Clara reached out and touched Marcus's face. His hand came up to cover hers, holding it there. "Come with me," Marcus said. They found a hotel inside the terminal, one of those anonymous spaces designed for missed connections and early departures. The room smelled of industrial, detergent, and the particular loneliness of places no one chooses to be. Marcus dropped his bag by the door. Clara stood at the window watching snow erase the runway markings. "I should check my flight status," Clara said. "Okay." Neither of them moved. "This is a bad idea," Clara continued, still facing the window. "I don't know you. Tomorrow you'll be on your way to Sao Paulo or Cape Town or wherever the next frame calls you, and I'll be back in Boston teaching undergraduates who think linguistics is about grammar. We're operating outside probability here." "Probability," Marcus repeated. "Is that what you call it when you're afraid?" Clara turned. "I call it pattern recognition. I've done this before. The intensity that feels like fate. It never survives logistics. So you'd rather have nothing than something temporary?" "I'd rather not start grieving while I'm still in the room." Marcus flinched. Clara watched it happen and hated herself for the precision of her words, for weaponizing her gift for language. "That's not fair," Marcus said quietly. "No, it's not." Clara sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. "I'm sorry. I'm good at dismantling things. It's a professional skill that bleeds into everything else." You think I'm going to leave? I know you're going to leave. You said it yourself. You need movement, and I need... Clara stopped, surprised by the truth rising in her throat. I need to matter enough to make someone stay. The admission stripped her bare. Marcus crossed the room and knelt in front of her, not supplicant but equal, bringing their eyes level. You do, Marcus said, matter, but I can't promise to be what you need me to be. I don't know if I'm capable of being anyone's permanent anything. Then why are we here? Because maybe probability isn't the only math that matters. Maybe sometimes you bet on possibility even when the odds are terrible. Clara touched Marcus's face, traced the scar through his eyebrow. I don't know how to bet on terrible odds. Then let me, Marcus said, and kissed her. The kiss was not tentative. It carried the weight of their entire conversation, every argument, every confession, every moment of recognition. Clara felt herself surface into it, her careful defences scattering like snow. They moved together toward the bed, shedding layers, Marcus's jacket, Clara's cardigan, the insulating distance they'd maintained until it became unbearable. Clara's hands found the warm skin beneath Marcus's shirt, and he gasped against her mouth, a sound of surprise and surrender. Tell me what you want, Clara whispered. This. You. All of it. Marcus's voice was unsteady. I want to know what you taste like. I want to learn how you move. I want... Clara silenced him with another kiss, deeper this time, her tongue sliding against his. He lowered her onto the bed, following her down. Clara's careful control fracturing into something more desperate. She pulled Marcus's shirt over his head and paused, drinking in the sight of him. Lean muscle, a scattering of freckles across his collarbone, the vulnerable hollow of his throat. You're staring, Marcus said, but he was smiling. I'm translating, Clara corrected, and bent to press her mouth to his sternum, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. I'm trying to find language for this. Try touch instead. So Clara did. She mapped Marcus's body with hands and mouth, the soft skin of his inner wrists, the sharp jut of his hip bones, the surprising strength in his thighs. Marcus arched beneath her attention, fingers knotted in Clara's hair, breathing her name like punctuation. When Clara's hand slid lower, Marcus made a sound that was almost a laugh, surprised, delighted, utterly undone by her touch. Yes, Marcus said, and then again, yes, and Clara felt something in herself unlock completely. They took turns leading and following, the power shifting fluidly between them. Marcus's hands were sure, practiced, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply, exactly where to touch her. Clara found herself making sounds she'd forgotten she could make, her body responding with an eagerness that felt both foreign and entirely true. When Marcus's lips moved to her chest, Clara stopped thinking altogether. When his fingers slid between her legs, she stopped remembering why she'd been afraid. There was only the immediate grammar of skin, the vocabulary of breath, the syntax of pleasure building toward crescendo. He moved lower, kissing a path down her stomach, and then his mouth was on her and Clara's back arched off the bed, one hand fisting in the sheets, the other tangled in his dark hair. He took his time, learning what made her gasp, what made her hips lift seeking more. When she came apart beneath his tongue, she said his name like a revelation. Marcus moved back up her body, finding her lips again in a kiss that was deep and claiming. Clara reached between them, wrapping her hand around him, and he shuddered at the contact. Clara, I want you, she said simply, all of you. Both of them moved together, gasping at the intimacy of it. They moved together, finding a rhythm that felt inevitable, like something they'd been doing for years rather than minutes. Marcus buried his face in her neck, breathing hard, and Clara held him close, her legs wrapped around his waist. The pleasure built again, sharper this time, more urgent. Marcus's rhythm stuttered, and Clara could feel him getting close. She tightened around him deliberately, and he groaned, his control fraying. "Clara, I know, me too." They reached their peak together, or nearly so, Marcus first, then Clara a breath after, pulled over the edge by the feeling of him losing himself inside her. They collapsed into each other, sweat slicked and trembling, Clara's face pressed to Marcus's shoulder. "I take it back," Clara said when she could speak. "What?" "Language isn't the only way to share. Reality." Marcus's laugh was soft against her hair. "I'll add that to my list of academic victories." They lay tangled together, the hotel room's thin curtains filtering the sodium lights outside. Clara felt the familiar dread beginning to creep back, the awareness of mourning, of decisions, of all the practical reasons this couldn't work. "Don't," Marcus said, as if reading her mind. "Don't what?" "Start building your exit. I can feel you doing it." Clara closed her eyes. "I don't know how to not protect myself." "I know, but you don't have to figure it out tonight." Morning came in stages. First the gradual lightening beyond the curtains, then the muffled sounds of the airport resuming its operations. Finally, Clara's phone vibrating with an update. Her flight to Boston was boarding in 90 minutes. Marcus was already awake, sitting at the window with his camera. He'd photographed Clara sleeping. Clara could tell from the direction of his gaze the slight adjustment of his lens. "Show me," Clara said. Marcus crossed to the bed and handed over the camera. The image on the screen showed Clara's face in profile, hair spread across the pillow, expression unguarded in a way she'd never seen herself. She looked peaceful. She looked like someone capable of trust. "I'm keeping this one," Marcus said, "even if you disappear on me." Clara set the camera aside carefully. "My flight. I know. Mine to Sao Paulo is in 3 hours. Marcus sat on the bed's edge. "So we should probably have the conversation now." "What conversation?" "The one where we decide if this was a beautiful anomaly, or the beginning of something we're both too scared to name." Clara felt her throat tighten. The morning light was unforgiving, illuminating all the logistics they'd ignored in the dark. Marcus lived out of a backpack. Clara had a rent-controlled apartment, a tenure-track position, a life constructed around stability. They existed in different gravitational fields. "I don't see how this works," Clara said. "I'm not built for uncertainty. And I'm not built for staying, so we're at an impasse. Is this where we exchange numbers and make promises we won't keep?" Marcus's expression shuttered. "Is that what you think this was?" "I think this was real and unsustainable in equal measure." "Fuck your probability, Clara." Marcus stood, started gathering his scattered clothes. "Not everything is a risk calculation. Some things are worth trying even when they're unlikely." Says the man who's never stayed anywhere longer than a year. "Because no one ever gave me a reason to," Marcus's voice cracked. "Everyone I've ever been with has treated me like a temporary condition, like something exotic that would get boring once the novelty wore off. You think I don't want permanence? I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified I'm not capable of it, but I was willing to try." "Willing to try what?" "A long-distance relationship where we see each other twice a year between your assignments, where I sit in Boston waiting while you rediscover yourself in every new city. You're so convinced you know how this ends. Because I've read this story before." The words echoed in the small room. They stood facing each other, breathing hard, everything they'd built in the dark crumbling in the daylight. "I should go," Marcus said finally. "Marcus, no, you're right. This was probability pretending to be possibility. I know how to read when I'm not wanted." He grabbed his bag, moved toward the door. Clara felt panic rising in her chest, warring with the part of her that insisted this was the rational outcome, the safe conclusion. "Wait!" The word came out strangled. Marcus stopped, hand on the doorknob. Clara stood, wrapped the hotel robe around herself. I'm not. This isn't about not wanting you. This is about knowing myself well enough to admit I can't be what you need. I can't be comfortable with uncertainty. I need structure, commitment, the promise that today's intimacy will still matter tomorrow. And you think I can't give you that? I think you've spent your entire life running from exactly that kind of promise. Marcus turned. His eyes were wet, but his voice was steady. You're right, I have. Because every time I've tried to stay, I've watched myself disappear into someone else's idea of who I should be. But last night, he stopped, gathered himself. Last night I felt like I could be entirely myself and entirely with you at the same time. That's never happened before. It's been 12 hours. I know how insane this sounds, but I also know that I've been waiting my whole life to argue with someone the way I argue with you. To have someone match my intensity without trying to sand down my edges. You scare the hell out of me, Clara. Not because you're unstable, but because you make me want to try something I'm convinced I'll fail at. Clara felt something crack in her chest. The same sensation as the night before, but sharper now, more painful. What are you saying? I'm saying I'll stay, or I'll go and come back, or we'll figure out some third option that doesn't exist yet, but I'm not walking out of this room without knowing we're at least trying. Trying what? To build a bridge. Isn't that what you said translation was? An attempt at connection even when the tools are inadequate. Marcus crossed back to her, close enough to touch. I'm fluent in leaving, Clara. Teach me how to stay. Clara's breath came shallow. Every rational part of her brain was screaming warnings about rushed decisions, about incompatible lifestyles, about the statistical likelihood of failure. But there was another voice, quieter, insistent. What if he's right? What if probability isn't the only math that matters? I don't know how to do this, Clara admitted. Neither do I. But I'd rather fail at trying than succeed at running away again. Clara reached for Marcus's hand, their fingers interlaced with the same rightness as the night before. I'm going to be terrible at this. I'll need reassurance. I'll need plans and schedules and concrete evidence that this is real. And I'll need space to move. I'll need you to trust me even when I'm not physically present. I'll need you to believe I can come back. That's a lot of needs. Yes. We might be completely incompatible. We might be. This is possibly the worst decision I've ever made. Marcus smiled then, tentative but genuine. Welcome to possibility, Dr. Vasquez. Clara pulled him close, buried her face in his shoulder. I'm going to need you to miss your flight to Sao Paulo. Already planning to. And we're going to need to have about 500 conversations about how this logistically works. I'm excellent at logistics when I'm motivated. Are you motivated? Marcus pulled back enough to meet her eyes. I've never wanted anything the way I want to figure out how to keep you. The kiss was different this time, not the desperate exploration of the night before, but something steadier. A promise made in the full light of morning, with all its attendant risks visible and acknowledged. Clara's phone buzzed. Her flight was boarding. So, Marcus said, what do we do now? Clara thought about her life in Boston, the apartment that still smelled like David, the tenure-track position she'd worked a decade to secure, the comfortable predictability of academic semesters. Then she thought about Marcus's photographs of absent presences, about language that tried and failed and tried again, about the courage required to translate yourself to another person, knowing the result would never be perfect. Now, Clara said, we figure out if I can teach from anywhere with Wi-Fi. 6 months later, Clara stood in the Alfama district of Lisbon, photographing Marcus, photographing a street musician. Her apartment, their apartment, was a third-floor walk-up with terrible water pressure and a view of red rooftops that made her chest ache every morning. She taught her seminars via video conference, spent afternoons in cafes translating medieval poetry, and had discovered that uncertainty, in careful doses, could be exhilarating rather than paralyzing. It wasn't seamless. Marcus still left for assignments: Paris, Mumbai, Buenos Aires, and every departure reopened the wound of Clara's fear. But he came back. Every time he came back, with new photographs and stories and a visible relief that Clara was still there, still solid, still willing to try. They'd had their first real fight in month 3, when Marcus had extended an assignment in Tokyo without consulting Clara first. The argument had been brutal, exposing every incompatibility they'd tried to smooth over. Clara had said terrible things about Marcus's inability to commit. Marcus had accused Clara of trying to domesticate him. They'd almost ended it. Instead, they'd stayed up all night talking, actually talking, not arguing, about what commitment meant when two people's needs seemed fundamentally opposed. They'd emerged with a set of agreements. Marcus would never extend an assignment without discussion. Clara would practice sitting with her anxiety instead of demanding immediate reassurance. They would check in every day, even when Marcus was 12 time zones away. It wasn't a perfect system, but it was theirs. "You're doing it again," Marcus called now, lowering his camera. "Doing what?" "That face you make when you're translating your emotions instead of feeling them," Clara laughed. Marcus had gotten better at reading her, at recognizing when Clara was retreating into analysis. "I was just thinking about the airport." "Yeah?" "About how convinced I was that we were a temporary condition." Marcus crossed to her, slid an arm around her waist. They stood together watching the street musician, tourists dropping coins into her case. The late afternoon light turned everything golden. Marcus's hair, the cobblestones, the laundry strung between buildings. "We still are, technically," Marcus said. "Everything is temporary if you zoom out far enough." "That's very comforting, thank you." "But we're temporary in the way weather is temporary. It keeps happening. Different configurations, same essential system." Clara turned to face him. "Did you just make a meteorological metaphor about our relationship?" "I'm learning from the best." They kissed there in the street, in full view of tourists and locals and the street musician who'd switched to a song Clara almost recognized. When they pulled apart, Marcus was smiling in that way he had, crooked, surprised by his own happiness. "I love you," Clara said. She'd gotten better at saying it, at not needing to qualify or contextualize the statement. "I know, I love you too. Even though I make you fill out shared calendars. Even though the colour coding is actually growing on me." They walked home hand in hand, stopping to buy bread and cheese and wine from vendors who were starting to recognise them as regulars. The apartment key stuck in the lock the way it always did. Inside, Marcus's photographs covered one wall, a growing archive of their life together. Clara's books lined another, spines in 6 languages. That night, after dinner and wine and the kind of unhurried lovemaking that came from knowing each other's bodies well, they lay in bed with the windows open. Lisbon sounds drifted in, distant traffic, conversation in Portuguese, the eternal hum of a city that never quite slept. "Do you ever regret it?" Clara asked into the darkness. "Staying?" Marcus was quiet long enough that Clara wondered if he'd fallen asleep. Then, "Every time I leave for an assignment, there's a moment when I think about just not coming back. When I remember how easy it used to be to drift." Clara's chest tightened. "But then I think about you," Marcus continued. "Probably colour-coding something unnecessarily, or arguing with yourself about verb, tenses, or making that face you make when you're trying not to need me too much. And I want to see it. I want to come home to you being impossibly stubborn and brilliant. So no, I don't regret it. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, and it included an insult." "I contain multitudes." Clara pulled him closer. Through the window she could see a sliver of sky, stars barely visible through the city's light pollution. She thought about probability and possibility, about the infinitesimal chance that she and Marcus had ended up in the same airport on the same snow-stranded night, about all the small decisions that had led to this moment, her staying at gate C-47, Marcus mentioning the broken outlet, the conversation that unfolded from that smallest of openings. Love, she'd learned, wasn't about probability at all. It was about being willing to translate yourself to another person again and again, knowing the result would always be imperfect but trying anyway. It was about Marcus learning to stay and Clara learning to let him go. It was about building a life in the unstable space between their certainties. Clara, Marcus's voice was drowsy. Thank you for missing your flight. Clara smiled into the darkness. Thank you for giving me a reason to. Outside, Lisbon continued its ancient rhythms. Inside, two people who'd met as strangers in a snowstorm slept entangled, their breathing synchronizing as the night deepened. The photographs on the wall captured moments already past. The books held words in languages some living, some dead, and between them, in that small apartment with terrible water pressure, love persisted, not despite its improbability, but because of their willingness to try. The Vigil. The hospital at 3 a.m. was a cathedral of the dying. Not dramatically so. There were no screams, no rushing gurneys trailing blood like some television fantasy. Just the steady beep of monitors, the whisper of ventilators, the soft squeak of rubber soles on linoleum that had been mopped and mopped until it gleamed like ice. Dr. Meera Kapoor learned to love these hours. They were honest hours, stripped of the performance that daylight demanded. No administrators making rounds, no attendings asking questions designed to humiliate, no families requiring the careful theatre of hope. Just the work, clean and essential as breathing. She was charting in the residence station when she first noticed Dr. Richard Cross watching her. Not watching, that wasn't quite right. Observing, the way one might observe a patient, careful, clinical, storing away data for later analysis. He stood in the doorway of the supply room, a package of IV tubing forgotten, in his hand, and when their eyes met he didn't look away with the usual embarrassment of being caught staring. "You sign your notes differently," he said. Meera's pen paused. "Excuse me? Your signature? Everyone else just scrawls something vaguely alphabetical. Yours is actually legible." He moved closer, and she caught the scent of hospital soap and coffee gone cold. M. Kapoor, M.D. Perfect loops, almost defiant. Defiant. Against the convention of medical illegibility. I admire it. She should have found this odd. Should have returned to her charting with a polite smile and a mental note to avoid the strange surgical resident who analysed handwriting at 3 a.m. Instead, she heard herself say, "You use green ink." His mouth curved just slightly. Someone has to. That was how it began, not with passion or even attraction, but with recognition. A sense that here was someone else who noticed the wrong things, who paid attention when attention was not required. The rain started an hour later. October rain that turned the city below into a blur of lights and shadows. Meera stood at the window of the break room, watching water sheet down glass, when Richard appeared beside her with 2 cups of coffee. "From the good machine," he said. "4th floor, barely terrible." She accepted it, their fingers not quite touching. "You went to the 4th floor for coffee?" "I went to the 4th floor to think. The coffee was incidental." "What were you thinking about?" He was quiet for a moment, steam rising between them. Mrs. Patterson in 407. How her daughters hold her hand in shifts like they're afraid she'll slip away if no one's touching her. How they probably will anyway, and the holding won't matter, but they don't know how else to love her. Meera felt something shift in her chest, a small continental drift. Most residents learned quickly not to think such thoughts, certainly not to speak them aloud. Sentiment was a luxury the hospital didn't permit. It made you slow, made you vulnerable, made you the kind of doctor who cried in stairwells and couldn't finish a shift. I think about that too, she admitted. All the vigils we keep, all the hands we hold that slip away anyway. It matters though, Richard said, doesn't it? The holding. She looked at him then, really looked. 30-something like her with dark hair that refused to stay neat and eyes that were either grey or blue depending on the light. Tired in a way that went deeper than the obvious exhaustion of residency. Tired in the way of someone who had learned that caring was dangerous but had never quite managed to stop. Yes, she said, it matters. They stood there as the rain fell and the coffee cooled, and Mira understood that something had been decided, though neither of them had spoken the decision aloud. 2 weeks later, after a 14-hour shift that had included 3 codes and 1 death, she found herself in his apartment. She couldn't remember later who had suggested it, or how they'd gotten there. Just that she'd been shaking with exhaustion in the attending's lounge, and he touched her elbow and said, "Come on, I live 2 blocks away." His place was exactly what she'd expected. Books everywhere, plants dying on the windowsill, a couch that looked genuinely comfortable. He made tea without asking if she wanted any, moved around the small kitchen with an efficiency that came from living alone and preferring it that way. "I don't do this," she said, accepting the mug. "Make tea?" "This." She gestured between them, at the space that had somehow become charged with possibility. I'm not good at people." "Neither am I." He sat beside her, careful to leave distance. "We could be not good at people together," she laughed, surprising herself. "Is that what we're doing?" "I don't know what we're doing." He set down his tea untouched. "But I know I think about you more than I should. I know I rearrange my schedule to overlap with yours. I know that when you walked into that break room tonight, I was relieved in a way that scared me." Mira felt her heart doing something complicated in her chest. "I don't have room for this, for whatever this is. Medicine is already consuming, I know. And I can't promise anything. I can't even promise I'll be good at this." Richard reached over and took her hand. His palm was warm, dry, steady. Surgeon's hands. What if we promised not to promise? What if we agreed that this is just now? No future tense, no planning, just this. It should have been a relief, this absence of expectation. Instead, it felt like stepping off a cliff. But Mira was so tired of being careful, of measuring out her affection in doses small enough not to matter. So she leaned forward and kissed him, tasting tea and rain and something she couldn't name. He kissed her back with a focus that didn't surprise her. Richard did nothing carelessly. His hands found her face, her hair, the curve of her spine through her shirt. She pulled him closer, desperate suddenly for the weight of another body, for proof that she existed outside the hospital's fluorescent glow. They moved to his bedroom in increments, shedding clothes like old arguments. There was no rush, no frenzy, just a slow discovery of skin and breath, of the ways their bodies fit together with a precision that felt almost medical in its exactness. Afterward she lay against his chest and listened to his heartbeat, steady as a monitor's beep. His fingers traced patterns on her shoulder, constellations maybe, or the branching of vessels, or nothing at all. "No promises," she whispered into the darkness. "No promises," he agreed. But already she knew it was a lie. They developed a routine, though neither of them called it that. Routine implied permanence, and they'd agreed there would be none. But 3 nights a week, give or take, Mira found herself at Elian's apartment, or he at hers, and they would talk, or cook, or simply exist in the same space with a comfort that should have taken months to build. The sex was good, better than good. There was something about the way they approached each other, with the same careful attention they brought to their patients. Richard noticed when she tensed, when she needed to be touched lighter or harder, or not at all. Mira learned the map of his body, where pressure brought pleasure, where old injuries had left their marks. But it was the talking she craved more, the conversations that spiraled from medicine into philosophy, into childhood memories revealed sideways, into the question of how to live when you spent your days confronting death. "My mother died when I was 17, Richard told her one night, rain falling again beyond the window. They were tangled together on his couch, her head on his chest, his fingers in her hair. Pancreatic cancer. We had 4 months from diagnosis to burial." Mira's hand found his, laced their fingers together. "I'm sorry. It's why I went into surgery. Stupid, really. Like I could cut death out if I was just fast enough, precise enough." He laughed hollow. "Turns out you can't." "My brother," Mira said quietly. "Car accident. Drunk driver. He was 23, I was 20. He died before the ambulance arrived, but they kept trying to revive him anyway, kept doing compressions long after it mattered. I watched them, and I thought, this is what mercy looks like when we can't admit defeat." Richard pulled her closer. "Is that why you became a doctor? To learn when to stop fighting? Maybe. Or maybe just to understand the vigil, to sit with the dying and not look away." They lay there in the half-dark, and Mira felt the weight of all the things they weren't saying. "I love you" sat like a stone in her throat, but she'd promised not to promise, and love was the biggest promise of all. At the hospital, they were scrupulously professional. No lingering glances, no unnecessary conversations. But the other residents started to notice anyway. The way they gravitated toward each other during codes, the silent communication that passed between them when a case went south. "You and Cross," Dr. Martinez said one day, cornering Mira in the supply closet. "Is that a thing?" "It's not. We're not. Hey, I don't care. Just be careful. The hospital loves to eat relationships for breakfast." Mira wanted to argue that there was no relationship to eat, just an arrangement, an understanding. But the words stuck in her throat because Martinez was right. What she had with Richard had grown teeth and claws, had become something that could wound her if it ended. She tried to pull back, took extra shifts, claimed exhaustion, let his texts go unanswered for hours. But then she'd see him across the emergency department, focused and capable, and so achingly familiar, and she'd feel her resolve crumble. "You're avoiding me," he said one night, finding her on the hospital roof, where she'd gone to watch the city lights blur against the dark. "I'm not. Mira." He said her name like a diagnosis, certain and clear. "What's wrong? This was supposed to be simple. It is simple. It's not. I wake up thinking about you. I rearrange my schedule to see you. She stopped, the words too dangerous to speak. Richard moved closer, his shoulder brushing hers. "You what?" "I'm breaking the rules." "What rules?" "Ours. No future. No promises. Just now." He was quiet for a long moment, and she could feel him thinking, processing, running through differential diagnoses. What if the rules were wrong? They weren't wrong. They were protective. From what? From this. From caring too much. From having something to lose. He took her hand, brought it to his lips. Too late. And it was. She knew it was. But knowing didn't make her brave enough to admit it, so she kissed him instead. There on the roof with the city spreading below them like a patient on a table, and let the kiss say what she couldn't. The diagnosis came in February, during the dead hours between night and morning when the hospital felt especially hollow. Richard had been feeling off for weeks. Nothing dramatic, just a persistent cough, some weight loss he'd attributed to the usual residents' diet of coffee and denial. But then the cough brought up blood, and no amount of denial could explain that away. The CT scan showed it clearly, a mass in his right lung, already pressing against the mediastinum. The biopsy confirmed what they both already knew: adenocarcinoma, stage 3, edging toward 4. Mira stood in the imaging room staring at the scans and felt the world tilt sideways. She was supposed to be clinical now, supposed to think about treatment options and survival rates and quality of life. Instead, all she could think was, "Not him, please, anyone but him." "Stop," Richard said quietly. He was standing in the doorway, still wearing the hospital gown from the biopsy, looking smaller somehow. "I can hear you thinking." "How can I stop thinking, Richard? This is—" "I know what it is." He moved closer, took the scans from her hands. "I need you to listen to me. I need you to remember our agreement." "Fuck the agreement." "No, listen. We said no future. We said just now. This was always going to end. It's just ending. Sooner than we planned." She stared at him, disbelieving. "You can't mean that." "I do. Mira, I do. Because the alternative is you watching me deteriorate, watching the chemo fail, watching me become someone you don't recognize. I won't do that to you. You don't get to decide that." "I do, actually. It's my body, my death, and I choose—" His voice cracked, and she saw the fear beneath the clinical calm. "I choose to let you go now, while you can still remember me like this. Richard, please." He said it like a prayer, like a wound. "Please. I don't have the strength to do this and lose you the slow way. Let me be kind. Let me give you this." She wanted to argue, to rage, to insist that she was strong enough for whatever came. But she could see the determination in his eyes, the same fierce focus he brought to surgery. He'd made his decision, and nothing she said would change it. "Okay," she whispered, the word ashes in her mouth. "Okay." He kissed her then, one last time. It tasted like goodbye. The weeks that followed were a special kind of torture. She saw him every day at the hospital. He'd insisted on continuing to work through the early rounds of treatment, but he wouldn't meet her eyes, wouldn't let her close. When she tried to approach him in the cafeteria, he found reasons to leave. When she texted, he sent back single-word replies or nothing at all. She understood what he was doing, cutting her loose before the rope pulled taut enough to strangle. It was meant as kindness, as mercy. It felt like cruelty. Dr. Martinez found her crying in the stairwell one afternoon, shoulders shaking with the force of suppressed sobs. "Jesus, Kapoor, come here." Mira let herself be held, let the tears come. "He's dying and he won't let me be there." "Did you ask him why?" "He thinks he's protecting me." "Is he?" "I don't know. Maybe. But I'd rather have this pain than nothing at all." Martinez pulled back, looked at her seriously. "Then tell him that. Tell him you choose the hurt." But when Mira tried, when she cornered Richard in the residence lounge and said exactly that, he just shook his head. "You don't know what you're asking. You haven't watched someone die like this." "Then let me learn. Let me choose my own grief." "I can't. Mira, I can't. Because I'm terrified that if you stay, I'll get selfish. I'll let you watch me disappear. I'll let you hold my hand until there's nothing left to hold, and you'll never forgive yourself for not walking away when you could. You don't get to decide what I can forgive." He looked at her with such sorrow that she felt her heart crack. "I'm already deciding. I'm already gone. Please don't make me be the villain in this." She left then, because what else could she do? But that night, alone in her apartment, she understood that she'd been wrong. The agreement hadn't protected either of them. It had just taught them to love sideways, to care without calling it caring. And now, when it mattered most, they were trapped by rules that no longer made sense. Spring came late that year, reluctant and cold. Richard's treatment was going poorly. The tumour had proven resistant to the first round of chemo, and the oncologist was talking about more aggressive options with diminishing returns. He'd lost more weight, moved more carefully, as though his body had become something fragile and unfamiliar. Mira watched from a distance, her heart a constant ache. She'd tried to respect his wishes, tried to maintain the professional distance he'd insisted on, but every day without him felt like a small death, and she began to understand that she was mourning him while he was still alive, still walking the same halls, still breathing the same recycled hospital air. It was Dr. Martinez who finally intervened. She found Mira charting one evening and said, without preamble, "Crosses in 807. He asked for you." Mira's head snapped up. "What?" "He's having a bad reaction to the new chemo protocol. Nothing life-threatening, but he's scared, and he asked for you. So go." Her hands trembled as she rode the elevator up. The 8th floor was quiet, most patients sleeping, and her footsteps echoed too loud in the corridor. Room 807. She pushed open the door. Richard was sitting up in bed, pale as the sheets, an IV line running into his arm. He looked up when she entered, and she saw everything he'd been hiding. The fear, the exhaustion, the crushing weight of dying young. "You asked for me," she said. "I did. I'm sorry. I know what I said. But I'm scared, Mira. I'm so fucking scared, and I don't want to do this alone anymore." She was across the room in 3 strides, taking his hand, feeling the bones too close to the surface. "You don't have to. You never had to. I thought I was protecting you. You were punishing us both." She sat on the edge of the bed, careful of the IV line. "Richard, I know you're dying. I've always known, really. We all are, just at different speeds. But I'd rather have 6 months with you than 60 years of wondering what I was too afraid to choose." His eyes filled, tears tracking down his too thin face. "It's going to get bad. The treatment, the progression. I'm going to stop being the person you love. The person I love. Say it. Mira, say it. Because we've been dancing around it for months, pretending we were just colleagues with benefits, just 2 people who happen to share space. But I love you, Richard Cross. I love you enough to watch you die. I love you enough to hold your hand through every terrible minute. And you love me too, even if you've been too afraid to admit it." He pulled her close then, buried his face in her neck and shook with sobs that came from somewhere deep and primal. "I do. God, I do. I love you so much it terrifies me." "Then let it terrify you. Let me terrify you. Let us have this, whatever this is, for however long we have." They stayed like that for a long time, holding each other as the hospital hummed around them. Finally Richard pulled back, wiped his eyes and said, "No more rules?" "No more rules, except one." "What's that?" "Honesty. When it gets too hard, when you're in pain, when you're scared, you tell me. No protecting me from the truth. And you promise not to look away, even when it gets ugly, especially when it gets ugly." He kissed her then, salt-sweet and desperate. It was a kiss that tasted like grief and hope in equal measure, like the understanding that love was not about forever, but about fullness, about choosing presence over protection. That night, after the doctor had checked his vitals and adjusted his medication, Mira climbed into the narrow hospital bed beside him. It was against regulations, unprofessional, probably a dozen other things. She didn't care. Richard turned into her, his body familiar even in its new fragility. His hands found her face, her hair, the curve of her waist. "I've missed you," he whispered. "Even when you were right there, I missed you. I'm here now. I'm not leaving." They made love carefully, mindful of the IV line and his diminished strength. It was different than before, slower, more deliberate, weighted with the knowledge of its preciousness. Mira learned his body again, mapping the changes, memorizing every hollow and angle. When they moved together, it felt like a conversation, like a promise they were finally brave enough to speak. Afterward, they lay tangled together, his head on her chest, her fingers in his hair. The monitor beeped steadily, counting heartbeats like coins they couldn't save. "I don't know how to do this," Richard admitted. "How to love you and let go at the same time. Maybe we don't let go. Maybe we just hold tighter. Won't that make it worse when the end comes? Probably. But I'd rather have the pain of loving you than the emptiness of playing it safe." He was quiet for a moment then. "I used to think medicine was about fighting death. Now I think it's about learning to live alongside it, to love in its shadow." "Yes," Mira said, and felt tears slide hot down her temples. "Yes, exactly that." They had 5 months. Not long enough, but longer than some. Richard continued working as long as he could, then shifted to consulting from home when the treatment made the hospital too difficult. Mira adjusted her schedule, took fewer shifts, learned to prioritise presence over productivity. They didn't pretend it was easy. There were days when the pain was overwhelming, when Richard snapped at her out of frustration with his failing body, when Mira locked herself in the bathroom and cried because she couldn't fix this, couldn't save him. But they'd promised honesty, and honesty meant showing each other the ugly parts too. They developed new rituals. Every morning that he was able, they went to the hospital roof to watch the sunrise. Mira would bring coffee in paper cups from the good machine on the 4th floor, and they would stand there as the city woke beneath them, as the sky turned from black to grey to gold. "I used to hate mornings," Richard said one day in April, the air finally warming. "All that optimism, all that relentless starting over. And now I think they're the point. Every morning is evidence we made it through another night." She leaned into him, careful of his increasing frailness. "Do you remember when we agreed to no promises?" "Vividly. I want to break that rule. I want to promise you something." He turned to look at her, the sunrise painting his face with light. "What?" "I promise that when you're gone, I won't pretend you didn't matter. I won't minimise this or convince myself it was easier because we knew it was ending. I promise to carry you with me, to let you change me, to live differently because I loved you." His eyes filled, but he was smiling. "That's a hard promise to keep." "I know, but you're worth the difficulty." He kissed her there on the roof, with the city below and the sky above, and Mira tasted salt and coffee and the particular sweetness of provisional time. The end came in June, during a week of unexpected rain. Richard had been moved to hospice care, his apartment traded for a room with windows that looked out on a garden. Mira had taken a leave of absence from the hospital, setting aside her own residency to keep the vigil she'd always believed in. She was there when he woke for the last time, his breathing shallow but steady. He turned his head on the pillow, found her face, managed a smile. "Still here," he whispered, "still here. I used to be terrified of this, the ending. But it's not so bad, really. Not with you." She took his hand, feeling how light it had become, how bird-fragile. "I love you, Richard Cross. I love you, Mira Kapoor." His eyes were clear, present. "Thank you for choosing the hurt. Thank you for letting me." They stayed like that as the rain fell and the afternoon light shifted. Mira didn't look away when his breathing changed, when the spaces between breaths grew longer. She held his hand and watched his face and thought about all the vigils they'd kept together, all the hands they'd held through the dark hours. When he finally slipped away, it was gentle, a letting go rather than a tearing. She sat with him for a long time after, memorising his stillness, understanding that grief was just love with nowhere to go. 6 months later, Mira returned to the hospital. She'd considered leaving medicine altogether, starting over somewhere that didn't echo with Elian's voice, but that would have been another kind of avoidance, another way of refusing the fullness of what they'd had. Instead, she went back to the work, to the vigils and the careful attention. But she did it differently now. She didn't armour herself against attachment. She let herself feel the losses, the small griefs and the large ones. She held hands more freely, cried more openly, and somehow the work didn't destroy her. It made her more human. Every morning, before her shift started, she went to the hospital roof. She brought coffee from the good machine on the 4th floor, watched the city wake, and felt Richard's presence like a warmth against her shoulder. No promises, they'd said once, but they'd been wrong. Love was itself a promise, not of duration, but of depth, not of forever, but of fullness. And she kept that promise every day, carrying him forward into a future he'd never see, but had somehow made possible. The hospital at dawn was beautiful, she thought. The way the light spilled through the corridors, the way the city glowed like embers, the way hope insisted on renewing itself even here in this place of endings. She finished her coffee, crushing the cup in her hand. Time to start another shift, another vigil, another day of loving in the shadow of loss. Time to begin again. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. It was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat and the heavy, narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stems snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance, unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction." Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. "I am here to ensure the safety of this border." Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion. He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirt soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. She saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I am terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. "Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves. It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle." He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small, sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, the fear of being the one who leaves, kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There is nothing left here but the dying." "I will not let thee go into the dark, thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, and thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology, was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded. This one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the Mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed and had returned with twice the vigor. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet, as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy. A simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. Watch it. Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. Some of us actually have responsibilities. Sorry. Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. Let me... Don't. She snatched the papers away. I've got it. He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The soundpost entry. 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. "You're new," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. Transfer? Yeah. Eli Carter. You're Maya, she frowned. How do you know that? It's on your papers. Right. She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive. She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed. The Bowen? Maya Bowen runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe. Tyler grinned. Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So you're screwed. If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. Analysing indie pop evolution, she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade. I actually know a bit about music, Eli offered. Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain. Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres but specific producers on the track she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. "Huh," she said, "maybe you're not completely hopeless." It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. "This is incredible," Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. "You've documented everything." "Music is memory," Maya said simply. "People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie." She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. "Want to hear something?" What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. "You play?" Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. "A little." They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. "Not bad, Carter," Maya said, and for the first time, he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. "Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one." He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. "Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship." "Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all," Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static Noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent making noise in Tyler's garage. "Bro, you're holding back," Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. "You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird." "Just trying to fit in." "Yeah, about that." Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. "Where'd you get this?" "Music store." "They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage." Tyler studied him. "You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats." That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. "Question," Maya said, suddenly serious. "Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound?" "No," Eli answered without thinking. "I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing, even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise you're not really creating anymore, you're just maintaining a brand." Maya looked at him for a long moment. "You know what, Carter? You might actually get music." She started packing up her violin, and Eli realized with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. "Same time Monday?" "Definitely." Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. "Dude, I know who you are." His blood went cold. "Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated." "Very complicated," Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, "Not bad, Carter," about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent light seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. "I didn't sleep," Tyler announced without preamble. "I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes." "Keep your voice down." Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of Gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me. Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read. Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. "It's not like that." "Then what's it like?" The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things, normal things, things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the Soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from Anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. "Maya Bowen," she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. "We need to discuss your love life." "What love life?" Maya didn't look up from her notebook. "The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles." "Sophia?" "Maya?" Sophia turned to Eli. "What are your intentions with my best friend?" "We're doing a project." Projects. That's what they call it these days. Maya kicked Sophia under the table. "Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance." "Everything is romance," Sophia declared. "Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the Vampire show?" Eli nearly choked on his water. "Where did you hear that?" Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. "Entertainment Tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste, someone who could challenge him creatively." The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. "Want to go somewhere other than the library? Today?" "Sure." She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. "My parents died here," she said without preamble. "Car accident 3 years ago." Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. "I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. "You know?" "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know." Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame? She glanced at him. "Do you think that's fair?" The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing? Maybe not. How do you tell the difference? You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation. Maya was quiet for a long moment. You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise. Music is never just background noise, he said without thinking, then caught himself. I mean, to people who really care about it. Exactly, she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing, that's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography. That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. Take it, Maya said. I'll wait. Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. Progress report, his father said without greeting. Everything's fine. Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents? No incidents. Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos. Dad? This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted, but don't forget what's real. What's real? Eli looked back at Maya, sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. I understand, he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. Work stuff, she asked. Family stuff. Everything okay? Yeah. She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. I wrote something for the project, but also not for the project. The paper contained lyrics, simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not. He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. Do you have a melody for it? Maybe. Want to work on it together? Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter. High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night, Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you? Yeah. What are you going to do? Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. I don't know. Want some advice? Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow. The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. "You're getting better," Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognise his style. "Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity." "I'd know mediocrity. This is something else." She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. "Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go, music or life." The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway. The rare ones, with his signature. Which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful." "I lost one guitar pick. People lose things." "Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before..." "Before what?" "Maya's smart enough to figure it out." "Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realises you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics. In my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog post from Anonymous Melody intensified. "What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognise? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters?" Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM. "You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger." Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something. Symptoms of friendship. In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that. It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. Your son? Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name. Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you. What did you tell her? I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect? The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. I know your secret. She held up a printed page. I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them. Eli's heart stopped. You're moonlighting as Static Noise's guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good. Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. Yeah, he said carefully, just trying to keep a low profile. Well, your secret's safe with me. Though, she glanced at Tyler, I might want to interview the band for the paper. That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage, band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the Static Noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer, but she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. You really don't sing? Maya asked during a break. I leave that to others, Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. Pity, you have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain. How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. Can I tell you something weird? Always. Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music, or maybe you're just that intuitive about me. The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. I should go, Maya said, but she didn't move. Yeah, me too. Neither of them moved. Tomorrow? Maya asked. Library? Or the memorial? Let's go somewhere new. Okay, somewhere new. She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travelled to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets, Eli realised, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. You're punctual, she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. That's something. Mrs. Bowen. Grace, and I'll be direct. She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the sound post, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge. Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns. Patterns like famous peoples, children hiding in plain sight, like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary, like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening. She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not. The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me. Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time. Enough to stop lying to her? The question landed like a physical weight. I want to. God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She's spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her? That your proof her hypothesis was wrong? Grace smiled slightly. Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits. She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. 2 people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along. She traced the edge of the photo. We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be. What happened to the band? Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects. Grace tucked the photo away. But the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does if you let it. They sat in silence for a moment. She's planning something for your birthday, Grace said finally. Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend. After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? I found something I want to show you. The something turned out to be an old music room, forgotten in the renovations that had modernized the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. How did you find this place? Eli asked. I'm good at finding hidden things. Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity. She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening. Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think, she took a breath, I think I'm falling for you anyway. The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. What if, he said carefully, what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff? Then I'd want to know, all of it. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathless and triumphant. Maya, you need to come with me. Now. There's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about... She noticed Eli, skidded to a stop. Oh, sorry. But Maya, this can't wait. Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary. After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. To be continued? Yeah, definitely continued. But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real. But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. Eli, we have a problem. Actually, several problems. Sophia knows, she actually knows, and she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you. How did she... Does it matter? Man, this is spiralling. Fast. Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. Sophia found these in the computer lab printer, Maya said without preamble. Someone forgot to collect them yesterday. Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. Maya, I can explain, can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives. Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. Please, can we go somewhere private? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. The music room, 5 minutes. The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months, and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction. I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you, not Eli, but Jackson, to Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak, Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot. Tyler added, and Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus. Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself. She walked toward the door, paused. For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good. Better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been. She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. Eli, Tyler said gently, we need to get you out of here. But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to anonymous. Melody. Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye. The final word felt like a door, closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving. Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school? A girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work? Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me. He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that. The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. "That was quite a performance," she said. "It wasn't meant to be a performance. Just the truth. Finally." "The truth," she repeated, testing the word. "You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep." They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. "I'm leaving," Eli said. "My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know?" she smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. "Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me, all of you." 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. The Avatar I Fell For. The city of Luminara floated without anchor, its crystalline towers catching perpetual twilight. Maya's avatar stood at the edge of the architect's terrace, adjusting the fall of her virtual coat. Midnight blue, perfectly tailored, nothing like the shapeless clothes she wore in her actual apartment 3,000 miles away. Here, her movements were fluid. Here, she designed impossible structures that defied physics and pleased the eye. Here, she was composed. "Excuse me." The voice arrived before the avatar, warm, slightly amused. "I've been watching you build for the past hour. That cantilever shouldn't work, mathematically speaking." Maya turned. The avatar before her was tall, dressed in practical exploration gear that somehow looked elegant, with details that suggested careful customization. The username floated above, Silas, Wayfinder. Maya turned. Her own username, Lavender, rose glowing softly above her head. The avatar before her was tall, dressed in practical exploration gear that somehow looked elegant, with details that suggested careful customization. The username floated above, Silas Wayfinder. "It works because I want it to," Maya said, surprised by how steady her voice emerged. "This world isn't bound by conventional physics." "No," Silas agreed, stepping closer to examine her structure. "But it is bound by aesthetic truth. And this is truthful." A pause. Beautiful, actually. Maya felt something shift in her chest. The real one. The one attached to her actual body, sitting in dim lamplight, drinking cold coffee at 2 a.m. She'd been designing in Luminara for 3 years. No one had ever called her work beautiful. "I'm actually recruiting for a quest. The Meridian Archives puzzle. But I got distracted watching you build," Silas said. "A quest?" she asked, deflecting from the compliment. "It's not about combat. It's a puzzle, a complex architectural mystery hidden in the deep archives. Most people find that boring." "I don't find puzzles boring." "Then perhaps we should talk." They talked for 6 hours that first night. Not about the quest initially, but about design philosophy, about the difference between beauty and prettiness, about why certain proportions please the human eye even in impossible spaces. Silas spoke about exploration not as conquest, but as witnessing, about finding the hidden corners where the simulation's creators had left messages in pure mathematics. Maya didn't mention that she had a doctorate in structural engineering, or that she'd stopped practicing after a bridge design she'd consulted on developed stress fractures. She didn't mention the lawsuit, or the year she'd spent unable to enter her own office. Silas didn't mention anything about their offline life at all. When Maya finally logged off, sunlight was bleeding through her blinds. Her coffee had gone cold, her shoulders ached from stillness, and she felt more awake than she had in years. The Meridian. Quest took them 3 weeks of real time, meeting every evening after Maya's consulting work and whatever Silas did in those mysterious hours when they weren't online. The puzzle required them to reconstruct fragments of an ancient virtual city, piece by piece, reading architectural clues left in the deterioration patterns of forgotten buildings. They worked in comfortable silence broken by observations. "Look at the way the light falls here," Silas said one evening, their avatars standing in a ruined plaza. "The shadows move counterclockwise. Whoever designed this was thinking about impermanence." "Or memory," Maya offered. "Time running backward to something lost." "Do you think about loss often?" The question hung between them. Maya's fingers hovered over her keyboard. "I think about things I've built that failed," she said finally. "About trusting my judgment and being wrong. But you're here, building again. This is different. This isn't real." "Isn't it?" Silas's avatar moved. Closer, not touching, but present. "It feels real when I'm talking to you." Maya's breath caught. In her apartment, her hands trembled slightly. On screen, her avatar remained perfectly still. "Tell me something true," Silas said quietly. "Not facts, something true." Maya thought about deflecting. Instead, she typed, "I'm afraid that if people really saw me, they'd find nothing worth seeing." The silence stretched. Then, "I'm afraid that the only version of myself I like exists in here," Silas admitted, "and that makes me a coward. That makes you human. You don't know that. You don't know what I am offline. I know you see beauty in mathematical decay. I know you stop to watch virtual sunsets even though you've seen thousands. I know you're patient with my questions and you laugh at terrible puns." Maya hesitated, then continued. "I know I wait all day to talk to you." She could see the typing indicator appear and disappear several times. "Me too," Silas finally wrote. "I wait. All day." They completed the quest 2 days later, unlocking a hidden garden that existed in a pocket dimension. a space only they could access, coded as a reward for those who solved it together. The garden was impossibly beautiful, trees with leaves of light, a pool that reflected constellations that didn't exist in any real sky. They stood at the pool's edge, their avatars' reflections shimmering. "We could meet here," Silas suggested, "when we want somewhere private." "I'd like that." Silas's avatar turned toward hers. The movement was slow, deliberate. Maya watched the distance close between them. 6 virtual feet, then 4, then 2. "Can I ask you something?" Silas's voice was different, unsteady. "Yes." "When you imagine me, the real me offline, what do you imagine?" Maya's throat tightened. "I try not to." "Why?" "Because," she struggled to articulate it, "because I'm afraid I'll be wrong, and the wrongness will ruin this. And if you're right, that terrifies me. More!" Their avatars stood so close now that Maya could see the detailed texturing on Silas's virtual clothing, the careful rendering of expression. Silas's hand lifted slowly, reaching toward her avatar's face. Maya's real hands gripped her desk. The fingertips stopped a millimetre from contact, close enough to feel impossible, far enough to preserve the boundary they'd both unconsciously maintained. "I want to touch you," Silas whispered. "Not this avatar. You." Maya's vision blurred with sudden tears. "You don't know what I look like." "I don't care what you look like. I want to know what your hand feels like, what you sound like without voice modulation, whether you drink your coffee black or if you hum when you're thinking." "I do hum," Maya admitted, voice breaking, "and I take my coffee with too much cream because I like it sweet even though everyone says that's not real coffee. See? That's what I want. Real coffee preferences. Real nervous habits." "Why?" Maya asked, desperately. "Why risk it? This works. We work." "Because I'm falling in love with you," Silas said, "and I can't do that halfway." Maya didn't log on for 3 days. She told herself she was busy with work, with real life, with things that mattered. But she dreamed about the garden, about Silas's almost touch, about the confession that had shattered her careful construction of safe distance. When she finally returned, Silas was waiting. "I thought you'd left," they said simply. "I thought about it. 'Cause I scared you." "'Cause I'm scared," Maya corrected, "of wanting something I can't control." They met in the garden, their garden now, though neither had claimed it aloud. The virtual stars reflected in the virtual pool, and Maya's real heart hammered in her real chest. "I looked into the new authentication protocols," Silas said abruptly, "the ones the platform is implementing. Biometric integration, real-world verification." Maya had heard about them. The virtual community was divided. Some celebrating the move toward authenticity, others mourning the death of anonymity. "They're optional," she said, "for now, but everyone's speculating they'll become mandatory. The platform wants to position itself as a legitimate social space, not an escape." "Is that what this is to you?" Maya asked. "An escape?" "It was," Silas admitted. "It was the only place I could be brave." A pause. "Before you." "What changed?" "I realise bravery in here doesn't count if I'm still a coward out there." Maya felt something crumbling inside her. The careful walls she'd built between virtual and real, between the self she performed and the self she hid. "I need to tell you something," she said, "about why I'm here." She told Silas about the bridge, about the calculations she'd checked 3 times, the materials she'd specified, the contractor who'd substituted cheaper alternatives without telling her, about the stress fractures discovered during inspection, the investigation, the months of testimony, about being cleared of wrongdoing but not guilt, about walking away from a career she'd loved because she couldn't trust her own judgment anymore. "That's why I build here," she finished, "because nothing I create here can actually hurt anyone." "And that's why you can't leave," Silas said quietly. "Yes, What if I told you I need this place for the same reason? Maya waited. I have a chronic illness, Silas continued. Progressive, degenerative. In here, I can move without pain. I can explore, run, climb. My avatar doesn't shake or stumble. It doesn't need rest. Silas. I'm not dying, they interrupted. But I'm not who you imagine either. I'm not the person who moves like this avatar. And I'm terrified that if you meet the real me, limited, struggling, you'll only see limitation. Maya's eyes burned. You think I'm whole? You think I'm not struggling? I think you're brilliant and cautious, and you laugh at my terrible puns, and you build things that make me believe in beauty again, Silas's voice cracked. I think I love who you are in here, and I'm terrified that won't translate. So what do we do? Silence stretched between them, virtual and vast. I don't know, Silas admitted, but I can't keep pretending this is enough, and I can't keep pretending you're not real to me. I am real. Then prove it. Meet me. Offline. Maya's hands froze on her keyboard. Every instinct screamed to refuse, to protect, to maintain the boundary that kept her safe. I can't, she whispered. Then this ends here. Silas. But the avatar was already fading, logging off with a finality that felt like a door closing. Maya sat in her dark apartment, staring at the empty garden on her screen, and let herself cry. 2 weeks passed. Maya tried to return to how life had been before Silas, before late-night conversations and virtual gardens, and the feeling that someone truly saw her. She logged into Luminara occasionally, wandering the places they'd explored together, but the world felt hollow without Silas's commentary, without their shared silence. She found herself talking to empty screens. You'd like this shadow pattern. This building uses that golden ratio you mentioned. I made a terrible pun today and had no one to tell it to. On the 15th day, she received a message. Not in-game, but to her registered email. The one she'd used to create her account years ago. The one that contained her real name. Dear Lavender. Rose. If you're willing to know my real name, I'm willing to share it. If you're willing to take the risk I'm asking you to take, I'll take it with you. I live in Seattle. I don't know where you are, but I'll travel anywhere you're willing to meet. Coffee shop, park bench, virtual conference room over video if you're not ready for physical proximity. I need you to know, I've thought about this every day since we stopped talking. I've rehearsed this message 100 times. I've hovered over the send button, more times than I can count. I'm sending it because I've realised something. The courage I found in Luminara wasn't false, it was practice. Practice for this moment, where I tell you that I don't need you to be perfect or whole or fearless. I need you to be real, and I'm hoping you need the same from me. My name is Elijah Moss. I'm 34 years old. I teach music theory online. I drink too much tea. I can't cook to save my life, and I'm terrified you'll read this and delete it. But I'm more terrified of never knowing what your laugh sounds like in person. If you're willing, my number is below. Text me, call me, or tell me to leave you alone and I will. Either way, thank you for reminding me what it feels like to want something enough to risk losing it. Elijah, Silas. Maya read the message 7 times. She looked up Seattle, 2,147 miles from her small apartment in North Carolina. She thought about excuses, about reasons to refuse, about all the ways this could go wrong. Then she picked up her phone and typed, "My name is Maya Sampson. I live in Charlotte. I'm scared out of my mind, but I'd like to hear your voice." The phone rang 30 seconds later. Maya? The voice was familiar, slightly different without the virtual modulation, deeper and more uncertain, but unmistakably Silas, unmistakably Elijah. "Hi," she managed. "Hi." She could hear him breathing, real air in a real room somewhere in Seattle. "I can't believe I'm actually talking to you." "Me neither." Your voice is different than I imagined. Better, Maya laughed. Shaky, genuine. Better how? Warmer, more present. They talked for 3 hours, about logistics first, safe, practical things like work schedules and travel costs and whether meeting halfway made sense. Then about harder things, what they feared, what they hoped for, what meeting even meant. I don't want to build expectations, Maya admitted. I don't want to show up and disappoint you. You won't. You can't know that. I know that I've spent 2 weeks miserable without you, Elijah said. I know that hearing your voice makes me feel like I'm breathing properly for the first time in days. I know that whatever happens when we meet, I'd rather know than wonder for the rest of my life. What if it's terrible? Then it's terrible, but at least it's real. Maya closed her eyes. Okay. I'll meet you. Halfway. How about Denver? About halfway between us. Neutral territory. When? 2 weeks. That gives me time to panic and talk myself out of it. She could hear the smile in his voice. Promise you won't? I promise I'll try. Maya arrived at the coffee shop 15 minutes early, her heart performing acrobatics in her chest. She'd changed outfits 3 times, settled on something simple, jeans and a sweater the colour of her avatar's midnight coat. She ordered coffee with too much cream and sat by the window, watching every person who entered. When Elijah arrived, she knew him immediately. Moved differently than his avatar, slower, more careful, using a cane that he'd never mentioned on the phone. But the way he looked around the room, the slight uncertain smile, the careful observation of details, that was purely Silas. Their eyes met. His face transformed with recognition and relief. Maya? She stood, knocking over her coffee in the process. I'm so sorry. God, yes, I'm Maya. I'm just nervous, he finished, reaching her table. Up close she could see the lines around his eyes, the silver threading his dark hair, the way his hand trembled slightly on his cane. Me too. Completely terrified, actually. You don't look terrified. You don't look like someone who's built impossible architecture and survived engineering disasters. He gestured to the chair. May I? They sat. A barista brought napkins for the spilled coffee. Maya's hands wouldn't stay still. I thought I'd know what to say, she admitted. We've talked for hundreds of hours and now I'm blanking. We could talk about the weather, Elijah offered. Incredibly boring, no emotional stakes. It's nice out, chilly but nice. Perfectly average Colorado spring temperatures. Maya laughed and something in her chest unknotted. This is absurd. Completely. Elijah's smile was crooked, genuine. But you're here. You're actually here. So are you. She studied him, not comparing him to his avatar, just seeing him. You have a nice face. That's the lowest bar for a compliment I've ever heard, and I'll take it. They talked through 2 more coffees. About small things first. What Charlotte and Seattle were like, what online teaching involved, how different real coffee tasted compared to the virtual approximation. Then about larger things, what living with chronic pain meant, how guilt lingered even after legal absolution, what they'd each been hiding from. I'm not whole, Elijah said at one point, his hand resting on his cane. I know in Luminara I move like... Stop, Maya interrupted gently. You move like you in there. This is also you. Both are real. You're not disappointed? Are you? That I'm this anxious person who spills coffee and can't seem to maintain eye contact? I love that you spilled coffee, Elijah said softly. It means you're as nervous as I am. The afternoon stretched into evening. They moved from the coffee shop to a park, walking slowly along a path lined with early spring flowers. Elijah's pace was measured, and Maya matched it naturally, their conversation finding the same rhythm they'd always had. Observations and silences and shared recognition of beauty. There, Elijah said, pointing to where light filtered through new leaves. That's a golden ratio. Nature does it accidentally. Nothing about nature is accidental, Maya countered. It's just mathematics we haven't discovered yet. You sound like yourself, like how you talk in Luminara. I am myself. I think that's what I was afraid of, that I'd be different, wrong somehow. Elijah stopped walking. They'd reached a small bridge over a stream, wooden, simple, built to last. Can I tell you something? He asked. Yes. I was afraid you'd be exactly what I imagined, that you'd be perfect and I'd ruin it by being real. Maya turned to face him fully. You're not ruining anything. Neither are you. They stood on the bridge as the light shifted toward dusk. Maya thought about all the structures she'd built in Luminara. Impossible, beautiful, freed from physical constraint. And she thought about this bridge, solid and ordinary and real, built to bear weight. Can I? Elijah hesitated. May I touch your hand? Maya's breath caught. She extended her hand, palm up. Elijah's fingers were warm, slightly unsteady. They traced the lines of her palm with extraordinary gentleness, as though she were something precious and fragile. Your hands are cold, he observed. I'm nervous. Still? Different nervous. Better nervous. His thumb brushed over her knuckles. Such a small touch. Barely contact at all. But Maya felt it reverberate through her entire body. This real touch from this real person who knew her fears and built gardens with her and made terrible puns about architectural theory. I don't know what happens next, she admitted. Neither do I, Elijah said. We figure it out. Together? If you want. Maya threaded her fingers through his, tentative, then certain. I want. They stayed on the bridge as stars began to appear, talking about logistics and hopes, and how two people separated by thousands of miles might build something that lasted. They didn't have answers yet, but they had this. Real hands, real voices, real possibility. We should log into Luminara together sometime, Elijah suggested. Show each other our favourite places while we're actually together. I'd like that, though the garden might seem less impressive when we're sitting side by side, or more impressive, because we'll be sharing it for real, Maya smiled. The avatar I fell for. The person I'm falling for, Elijah corrected gently. Both versions, all versions. In the weeks that followed, they learned each other's geographies, the physical ones of distance and difference, and the intimate ones of habit and history. They video called daily, visited monthly, and met in Luminara weekly, where their avatars still explored impossible spaces while they sat in their separate apartments, talking through headsets about very real plans. 6 months later, when Maya stood in Elijah's Seattle apartment, small, carefully organised, filled with sheet music and tea varieties, she helped him design a virtual building in Luminara. They worked side by side, their real hands occasionally brushing as they reached for keyboards, their real laughter filling the real air between them. What should we call it? Elijah asked, studying the structure taking shape on screen, a bridge spanning an impossible distance, beautiful and functional, existing in both virtual and real space. Maya leaned her head against his shoulder. Something true. How about Pixel Span Bridge? Perfect. They saved the file and logged off together. Outside the window, Seattle rain fell in steady rhythms. Inside, they made tea and argued about dinner, and existed in the ordinary, extraordinary reality of being together, imperfect, uncertain, and absolutely real. Smoke and Sapphires. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auction house, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, the blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful, and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale. 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire, and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near-silent hiss, and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem's stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodung, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payment's in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodin whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognized from hush-hush rumors in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate. Their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodin had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face. A burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them. 4, 5, maybe more. A cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodin's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream, memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard, a cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped, and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe, likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces. She scanned the space, an ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona." AC. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. Jade's throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom. But something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing, or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. "You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now you'll repay that debt, one way or another." Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She'd always survived on her own terms. But this time, she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellano's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile. as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself. All shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Nightlights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal, decanter, and 2 tumblers. "Sit," he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard. But his men were undoubtedly outside the door and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the blue siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience and money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. "I knew you would try for the Sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Rodain in place." She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Or do you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me, and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes where every rule felt like a cage came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you. No strings. For now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls, each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring gone sour. But on the 3rd day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding, a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol. Proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, "My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says. She's thorough." Jade's eyes narrowed. "I don't do well with partners." "Neither do I," Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence." Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. "We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There'll be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down." Jade nodded. "And Ash? Where is he?" Valentina's expression hardened. "He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job." Under the cover of darkness they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gate, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it. An emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly, we have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. "Got it?" Jade held it up, panting. "Good. Let's get out of here." Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom, or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. "Nicely done," he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. "You continue to impress." Jade folded her arms. "So, that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement?" He set the emerald on his desk. "We'll see. Jade, trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow." Before she could protest, he turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes? Or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset. And when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights, where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet, each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren, but still mesmerizing. "For the fire in your eyes," he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. "Why?" she finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half-smile. "Because I can." It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired. But there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting, on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought, but a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. "I should have knocked properly," he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. "Surprised you bother with politeness now." He let out a soft chuckle. "You're free to kick me out." "Am I?" she asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. "I want to show you something." He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, along with a desire to end, the suffocating tension, made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed." He paused, gaze turning distant. "Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself." Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions, or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed. But Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty, she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce, bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean? We have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she'd built around herself, and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back. No luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus," Jade bristled. "No risk there." Valentina's gaze was icy. "Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it." Jade forced a cool nod. Inside, she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil, or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth, trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted, and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash, and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector, rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance, and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on, sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade, covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. "I never—" He cut her off, voice razor-sharp. "Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood." Something inside Jade snapped. "If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you?" She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off 2 more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached her. Safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally, Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. "You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty, or something twisted to confirm your paranoia." Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. "I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game." "Then maybe you're just incompetent," she fired back, though regret stabbed her immediately. She knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. "Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped." Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hotwired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognized the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running," he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realize." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "Then that's my burden to bear." For a long moment neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week, marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap. But Valentina waved her, white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him. Jade's heart thumped. Why should I believe you? Valentina's eyes flashed. Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead. After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet, something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who'd ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait, accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim, his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face. Shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time, I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realized she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat, but Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash. Behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you." Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life. Twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-button shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian Ash Castellano and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They'd decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger. Its centerpiece, the blue siren sapphire, once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her. Their hands entwined, and for a moment the ghosts of their past receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them, trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf. Ashes over Valparaíso. The city did not announce it. There was no single tremor, no dramatic rupture in the earth. There was only a slow, grinding pressure, something Valparaíso had carried beneath its skin for decades without admitting. And then, on a Tuesday in March, the pressure found its mouth and breathed. Julie didn't feel the first movement. She was on the hill above Cerro Alegre, photographing a woman hanging laundry between two eucalyptus trees, and the shutter closed just as the ground exhaled beneath her. She lowered the camera, listened. Nothing. Only the wind off the Pacific and the distant hum of a city waking. She did not know then that the hum would stop. By morning, ash was falling. Not the ash of drama, not the black cinematic columns she had photographed in Indonesia, in Iceland, in the aftermath of California. This was quieter, a fine grey dust, almost sweet, drifting down through the air the way snow falls in a city that has never seen snow. It settled on rooftops, on cafe chairs, on the shoulders of men walking too slowly to work. The funiculars stalled mid-slope, their cables humming once and going silent. Power flickered in the lower districts. The port which had fed the city for 2 centuries began to empty. Julie noticed the smell first. Sulphur beneath something else, something almost floral, like sugar burning at very high heat. She noticed, and she lifted her camera, and she did what she had done in every disaster since she was 22. She framed it. Through the viewfinder, Valparaíso became a charcoal drawing of itself. She'd been in the city 11 days. 11 days was enough to learn the rhythm of the light, the way the hills swallowed sound in the evening, the particular blue of the harbour at dawn. It was not enough to learn the city's name for itself, the private language it spoke when no one was listening. Julie had not come for that. She had come for the light, for the assignment, for the 2 weeks she could carve from a life built on motion. She travelled with 2 cameras and a duffel bag and no emotional luggage, and this was not a pose. It was architecture. It was how she had built herself after the years that had required building. Her wound, though she would not have called it that, was impermanence mistaken for freedom. She'd spent a decade convincing herself they were the same thing. Most days the convincing held. She spent the morning shooting, ash on a child's shoe, a shopkeeper pulling metal shutters closed with the careful finality of a man locking a room he will never enter again. 2 dogs sitting in the street, perfectly still, as though they understood something the humans did not. The radio in her rental room crackled with instructions she only half followed. Evacuation routes, shelter locations, the calm synthetic voice of emergency repeating itself like a prayer no one believed. By afternoon, the ash was thick enough to taste. The bakery was on a side street in the lower district, wedged between a shuttered pharmacy and a building whose facade had gone the colour of wet cement. Julie found it by accident, or by the body's older intelligence, the one that follows warmth and light when the mind has stopped paying attention. She'd been walking for 2 hours through streets that were emptying, and the ash had begun to make her eyes sting, and visibility had narrowed to a grey radius of 30 metres. She turned a corner and there it was. A door, open, a window, lit, and from somewhere inside the smell of bread, not the sweetness of sugar, but the deep, yeasty warmth of something alive, rising. She stood in the doorway for a moment, breathing. The man behind the counter did not look up immediately. He was working dough on a flour-dusted board, his hands moving with a rhythm so practiced it seemed less like labour than like breathing. Push, fold, turn. The radio on the shelf behind him murmured, in Spanish, the signal crackling in and out as though the city's voice was failing. The ovens glowed faintly behind their iron doors. The air was warm in a way that felt almost shocking after the grey cold outside. When he did look up, his face carried no surprise. He had the face of a man who had seen many things walk through his door and had learned not to flinch at any of them. "Come in," he said. Not an invitation exactly. A statement of fact. The way one might say the door is open or the rain has stopped. Julie came in. She closed the door behind her, and the sound of the city, the distant sirens, the hiss of ash on stone, diminished to almost nothing. His name was Tomás. She learned this later, and only because she asked. He did not volunteer information about himself the way some people do, filling silence with autobiography. He simply occupied his space and let the space speak for itself. The bakery had been his family's for 3 generations. His grandfather had built the ovens. His father had expanded the back room. Tomás had done neither. He had only continued, which is its own form of devotion. He woke at 4 in the morning because the dough required it. He closed the shop at 2 in the afternoon because the bread required it. The rhythm of his life was not chosen so much as inherited, the way a river inherits its course from the landscape. When the evacuation orders came, too late, as they always do, he locked the doors, not in denial, in habit. Because locking the doors at the end of the day was what one did, and habit is the deepest form of loyalty, and loyalty to this place was the only religion he had ever practiced. By the time the ash thickened enough to make visibility impossible, Mara understood she would not make it back to her hotel. The streets had become a grey maze, landmarks swallowed, every corner identical. She had tried to leave twice, stood in the doorway, camera bag over her shoulder, breathing shallowly, through the scarf she'd wrapped around her face, and both times had turned back after 30 metres, the world erasing itself around her. Tomas watched this without comment. When she came back the second time, he simply moved a stool closer to the ovens and gestured to it. The gesture said, "You will stay," not an invitation, a recognition of necessity. She stayed. They did not speak much that first evening. There was no need. The bakery held them both the way a hand holds water, not grasping, just cupped, containing. Julie sat on a wooden stool near the counter and cleaned ash from her lenses, methodical and precise, even though there was no one left to send the photographs to. Tomas baked, not to sell. There was no one to sell to. He baked because the ovens were warm and the flour was there, and because the act of making something from nothing, from heat and grain and time, was the only argument against despair he had ever needed. The radio crackled. A voice said, something about helicopters." Another voice contradicted it. The signal died and returned and died again. Outside, ash continued to fall. The street lamp flickered once and went dark. The city was becoming something else, something quieter, something that did not yet have a name. Julie listened to the radio without hearing it. She was watching Tomas's hands on the dough, and something in her, not yet conscious, not yet admitted, was paying very close attention. The days that followed had the quality of a held breath. They established a routine without discussing it, the way two people in a small space always do, out of necessity at first, then out of something gentler. He baked in the mornings. She helped, clumsily at first, then with increasing competence. He showed her how to knead, not with the wrist, he said, but with the weight of the whole arm, letting gravity do the work. Force breaks it, he told her. Weight makes it smooth. His hands guided hers once briefly, and the contact was practical and over quickly, but something in the air shifted afterward, the way a room shifts when someone opens a window. She cleaned ash from her lenses in the afternoons, even though the photographs meant nothing now. Habit. The same habit that kept him baking. She arranged the shots on the small screen of her camera, ash on eucalyptus leaves, a shuttered storefront, the grey light over the harbour, and studied them as though they were evidence of something she could not yet name. They rationed water. They kept candles burning in old wine bottles whose labels had faded to illegibility. Flour dust ghosted the floor in pale footprints, theirs overlapping, and neither of them swept it away. The smell of bread cut through the sulphur the way a single clear note cuts through static. It was, Julie thought, the smell of the body remembering it was still alive. On the third day she photographed his hands. She didn't plan it. She was sitting at the counter, the camera in her lap out of habit, and he was shaping a loaf, turning it gently, tucking the edges under, his fingers moving with such unconscious grace that she raised the camera before she knew she had decided to. The shutter closed. She lowered it. He had not noticed. He was looking at the dough, and his face held the expression of a man listening to something only he could hear. She looked at the image on the screen. His hands against the pale wood of the board, dusted white with flour, the tendons visible beneath the skin, the knuckles slightly rough. They were not beautiful hands in any conventional sense. They were working hands, marked by years of heat and repetition. But there was something in them, some quality of attention, of care, that made her want to look at them for a long time. She did not show him the photograph. It was not for him, it was for her. a record of something she was not yet ready to put into words, kept safe in the amber of an image the way one might press a flower between the pages of a book. Conversation, when it came, stayed close to the ground. He told her about the street where he had grown up, 3 blocks from here, now buried under ash. He told her about his father's hands, which had looked like his own, and his grandfather's, which had looked like his father's. She told him about the light in Kyoto in November, which was the colour of old honey. She told him about a storm in Portugal that had lasted 4 days, and during which she had not slept, and had felt for the first time genuinely afraid. They did not speak of the future. There was no future to speak of. Only this room, this warmth, this bread cooling on the rack. They did not make promises or hypotheticals. They only described what was, which turned out to be enough. At night, when the radio finally went silent and the ash pressed against the windows like something trying to get in, they sat on opposite sides of the small room and listened to the city, breathing its strange new breath. The hills glowed faintly, a dull red beneath the grey, and the air carried heat from somewhere deep underground. She learned, in those evenings, that he had once considered leaving, not for another city, for another life. A cousin had written from Barcelona when Tomás was 19, describing a world of noise and possibility and escape. He had held the letter for 3 days. Then he had set it down on the counter next to a loaf he was shaping, and watched the dough rise and understood that what he wanted was not elsewhere. It was this, the particular alchemy of heat and patience, the way flour and water and time could become something that sustained another person. He had not written back. She told him, in return, about the first photograph she had ever taken that frightened her. A woman in a refugee camp holding a child, looking directly into the lens. The directness of it, the refusal to be observed without being seen, had stayed with Julie for years, had made her, without her realising it, afraid of being looked at the way she looked at others, afraid that if someone saw her with that same unflinching attention, they would see something she had spent years learning to hide. Neither of them spoke after that for a long time, and the silence was not empty but full of everything they were both aware of and neither was willing yet to say. On the 4th evening, the power came back for exactly 40 minutes. The single overhead bulb in the bakery flickered to life, and for a moment the room was ordinary. Just a bakery, just flour and ovens and a wooden counter worn smooth by decades of hands. Then Julie looked up and saw Tomás in full light for the first time, and something in her chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the ash, or the altitude, or the fear. He was not a handsome man, in the way that word is usually meant. His face was angular, slightly asymmetrical, marked by years of early mornings and wood smoke. But there was a quality to it, a stillness, a depth, that made her want to look at him the way she looked at landscapes she loved. Not to possess them, simply to witness them, to be present to the fact of their existence. The power died again. The candles resumed their unsteady vigil. Neither of them mentioned it. On the 5th day the tremors worsened. The shelves rattled. Jars of preserves walked themselves to the edges of their shelves and fell. The ovens groaned. Each time the ground moved, they braced, hands on the counter or on the wall, or once instinctively on each other. That first time, his hand closed over hers on the edge of the counter as the floor lurched beneath them. The grip was firm and brief and entirely practical. When the tremor passed, neither of them moved away immediately. The contact lasted perhaps 2 seconds longer than it needed to. They did not comment on it. But something had shifted. Something that had been building, quietly, the way pressure builds beneath a city, had found its first small crack. She began to notice things she had not noticed before, or had noticed without admitting. The way he moved through the kitchen with an economy of motion that was almost musical, each gesture precise and purposeful. The way he listened, not with his face, which stayed mostly still, but with his whole body, which turned slightly toward the speaker as though receiving a signal. The particular quality of his attention when he watched her work, not intrusive, not appraising, simply present, as though she were something worth watching, as though the act of watching were itself a form of care. He, for his part, noticed how carefully she listened, how when he spoke, which was not often, she did not rush to fill the silence afterward, but let his words settle, the way one lets dust settle before looking at a surface. He noticed that she was quieter than he had first thought, and that the quietness was not withdrawal but depth. He noticed her hands, which moved with the same precision as his own, though in service of a different craft. Desire in both of them remained unnamed. But it was fully awake. It moved through the bakery like heat moves through bread, invisible, necessary, transforming everything it touched. On the 6th night she stopped taking pictures. She'd been shooting all day. The ash on the windowsill, the way the light came through the glass in a single grey column, the flour dust suspended in the air like a slow explosion. She'd been shooting because it was what she did, because the camera was an extension of her attention, because framing the world through a lens was the way she had learned to bear it. But that evening she set the camera down on the counter and did not pick it up again. She sat for a long time afterward, looking at nothing in particular, and something in her face changed. A loosening, as though a muscle she'd been holding taut for years had finally let go. Tomas watched this happen from across the room and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. Some things can only be witnessed. Some moments, she thought, are ruined by preservation. The thought arrived fully formed, as though it had been waiting. She looked at her hands, empty now for the first time in years, and felt something that was not quite grief and not quite relief, but something between the two, something that had no name in any language she spoke. This was the fracture between them, though they did not know it yet. Not a fracture in their connection, the opposite. A fracture in the walls they had each built to keep connection at a distance. She had built hers out of images, out of frames, out of the careful distance between the eye and the thing observed. He had built his out of routine, out of repetition, out of the conviction that continuity was the same as safety. She understood, sitting there in the grey light, that staying meant choosing an ending, that every moment she spent in this bakery, breathing this air, watching this man move through his inherited life, every moment was a moment she could not take with her, could not frame, could not preserve, could not carry away into the next city, the next assignment, the next carefully maintained distance. He understood, watching her face change, that leaving would hollow him out, that something had taken root here, not in the building, which would not survive another week, but in him. In the particular way this woman occupied space, in the way she listened, in the way she had, without meaning to, made the act of simply being alive feel like something worth doing. Longing turned dangerous, not because it was intense, though it was, but because it was honest. And honesty, in both of them, was the most dangerous thing of all. On the 7th morning, the hill above the bakery split. The sound was not loud, not the roar she might have expected. It was a deep, grinding exhalation, like the earth clearing its throat. The building shook for a long time afterward. Dust fell from the ceiling in fine curtains. A crack appeared in the back wall, running from floor to ceiling like a vein of dark blood. Tomas looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at Julie. Neither of them said anything. There was nothing to say. The building would not last another day. They both knew it. The knowledge settled between them like the ash itself, quietly, inevitably without drama. They ate the last loaf together that evening. He had baked it that morning, as he had baked every morning, because the ovens were still warm and the flour was still there, and because some devotions do not stop simply because the temple is failing. The loaf was dense and dark, the crust cracked where the heat had escaped, and it was the best bread Julie had ever tasted, though she could not have said why. Perhaps it was the hunger. Perhaps it was the knowledge that this was the last one. Perhaps it was that she was eating it in the company of the man who had made it, and that the making and the eating and the company were all, in some way she could not articulate, the same act. They tore it by hand, no knife. Crumbs scattered across the counter like ash, like snow, like the remains of something that had been whole. The kiss, when it came, was not sudden. It didn't arrive in panic, or in the desperate, clutching manner of people who sense the end approaching and want to outrun it. It did not arrive as defiance, not as a gesture against the dark, not as a rebellion against the grinding weight of what was happening outside. It arrived as a decision. They were sitting close together on the floor behind the counter, backs against the wall, shoulders almost touching. The candle in its wine bottle threw uneven light across the flour-dusted boards. The radio had been silent for hours. Outside, the city was exhaling heat and ruin, and the hills glowed their dull arterial red, and the ash fell and fell and fell. Julie turned her head. Thomas was already looking at her. His face in the candlelight was very still, very open. The face of a man who has decided to stop holding something back and who understands exactly what that costs. She moved first, or he did. Later, neither of them could say with certainty. It didn't matter. What mattered was the slowness of it, the deliberate, unhurried closing of the distance between them, as though they had all the time in the world, as though time itself had agreed to wait. His mouth against hers was warm and tasted of bread and dust. The kiss was not tentative. It was not exploratory in the way that first kisses often are, not a question, not a test. It was a statement, a quiet, certain statement, made without words that said, "I see you. I have seen you. This is what that means." They moved closer, not to escape what was coming, but to meet it. Clothing was removed with care, not torn away in urgency, but folded aside, set down, the way one handles something that has mattered. His hands on her were reverent in a way that surprised her, not reverent as in worship, but reverent as in attentive, as though every part of her was worth noticing, as though the act of touching her was something he wanted to do slowly, thoroughly, with his full attention, the way he shaped bread, with weight, not force, letting the thing become what it wanted to become. She yielded not out of need, though need was there, deep, physical, the body's oldest hunger finally given permission. She yielded out of choice, out of the same quiet decision that had brought them together in the first place. The decision to stop framing, stop preserving, stop holding the world at arm's length through a lens. The decision to be, for once, entirely present, entirely here, entirely touched. In the darkness behind the counter, where the candlelight barely reached, his hands moved over her, with infinite care. Not searching. He was not searching for anything. He was simply learning. The geography of her, the particular warmth of her skin, which was different from the warmth of the ovens and different from the warmth of the bread, and was its own warmth entirely, a warmth that had nothing to do with heat and everything to do with life. He touched her the way one touches something precious and mortal, with the full knowledge that it will not last, and with the determination to know it completely while it does. She lay in a kind of stillness that was not passivity but its opposite, a deep, active surrender, the way a river surrenders to its course, not giving up, giving in, trusting the current to carry her somewhere she had not been before. When they came together, it was without urgency and without performance. It was the simplest possible thing. Two bodies finding the shape that fit, the way two pieces of a broken thing find each other again. There was warmth, and there was darkness, and there was the sound of breathing, and there was the slow, rhythmic movement that is the oldest language the body knows, and beneath it all, beneath everything, a stillness, a peace. Afterward they lay together in the quiet, his arm across her waist, her head against his shoulder. The candle guttered and recovered and guttered again. The building creaked around them, the small, patient sounds of a structure settling into its final hours. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing to say that the silence did not already contain. This intimacy did not transform them into something new. It made them something complete. Love, in this room, in this city, in this particular hour of ash and warmth and failing light, was not a promise. It was not a beginning. It was an acceptance, full, clear-eyed, without illusion. An acceptance of what was, of what had been, of what this was worth, measured not in duration but in depth. Enough. It was enough. At dawn the helicopters came. The sound reached them before the light did. A distant mechanical thudding that grew louder and more real as the grey morning assembled itself outside the cracked windows. They heard the megaphone first, a voice, amplified and impersonal, repeating coordinates. A rescue team, the lower districts. They were to come to the designated point if they were able. Julie rose first. She dressed in the half-light, moving quietly, and when she turned back, Thomas was already sitting up, watching her with an expression she would carry with her for the rest of her life. Not sadness exactly, though sadness was part of it. Something more complex. Something that contained sadness and gratitude and a kind of terrible lucidity, all at once. They did not argue. They didn't dramatize. There was no scene, no desperate embrace, no declaration, no bargaining with fate. They had already said everything that needed saying, and they had said it not with words but with the full weight of their presence, which is the only currency that cannot be counterfeited. She would leave. He would stay. Not because he could not go. He could, physically, if he chose. But because leaving would be a lie. Because this place held every version of himself that had ever mattered, and the ash could bury it but could not erase it. And to walk away from it now would be to walk away from the thing that made him real. He had built his life here, generation by generation, layer by layer, the way the city itself had been built, not with grand gestures but with daily devotion, repeated until it became indistinguishable from love. She would leave because staying would be a different kind of lie, because she was not a woman who stayed, not yet, not in the way that mattered, and to pretend otherwise, to perform permanence she had not yet learned, would dishonour what had actually happened here. What had actually happened here was enough. It did not need to be more than it was. They understood each other perfectly. This was perhaps the most extraordinary thing about them. Not the desire, which was real and deep, but the understanding. The way they read each other without effort. The way a sentence can be understood before it is finished, simply by knowing the shape of the speaker's mouth. She found the photograph later, weeks later, in a temporary shelter in Santiago, going through the images on her recovered hard drive. She had not known it survived. The camera had been in her duffel bag when the building finally came down, and the duffel bag had been pulled from the rubble by a rescue worker who had no way of knowing what it contained. The image was from the 4th day. She remembered taking it now, remembered lifting the camera almost without thinking, the way one lifts a hand to shield one's eyes from sudden light. The bakery interior seen from the doorway, bread cooling on the wooden rack, the loaves dark and domed, ash light coming through, the single window, flat and silver, falling across the counter in a pale rectangle, and on the floor 2 shadows, hers and his, overlapping where they had stood close together, close enough that the light could not tell them apart. She looked at it for a long time. It was not a beautiful photograph by any technical standard. The light was wrong. The composition was accidental. There was nothing in it that a gallery would have hung, or a magazine would have published. But it was true. It was the truest thing she had ever shot. Truer than the disasters, truer than the war zones, truer than anything she had framed in 10 years of careful, guarded, expertly composed distance. 2 shadows on a floor, bread on a table, light through ash. A record of warmth in a city going cold. A record of 2 people who had touched each other, not just with hands, but with the full weight of their presence, in a room that no longer existed, on a day that belonged now only to memory. She saved the file with a new name, enough, because it had been, because it was.